Okay, good evening and welcome to the September regular council meeting. We're calling to order, and the first order of business, as always, is the Pledge of Allegiance. Through the broken mic. Roll call will show all the council members are here. I would just add to the agenda before we move forward that we will be closing this evening's meeting in memory of Richard Bragman, Larry's brother, who passed away during this past month. And with that, I would ask for an approval of the agenda and affidavit of posting.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, Cola Reed. We'll now move on very quickly to the interviews and appointments. We have an interview and appointment of a candidate for the volunteer board. Mr. Taylor, let's start by having you come to the podium, hit the little button over there. All right, Mr. Taylor, I think we're, tell us, you want to be on the volunteer board. Give us a few minutes of your time.
Sure. First of all, I want to thank the council for your service, and I feel like I care about Fairfax, the people of Fairfax, and I want to be a part of making Fairfax a greater town, a better town. And I'm really interested in community building. What does that mean? It means drawing people together to do fun and creative and inspirational things together. So I want to be of service on the volunteer board to help with that. I'm aware of some of the legacy projects, the EcoFest, which I volunteered on many years in a row now, the wreath making, Streets for People, the community garden, which I've been a member of for about 10 years now. So I've been kind of drawn into this, call it a cesspool of volunteer opportunities. And feel very happy. John had just mentioned briefly out in front when we were talking that the volunteer board is like a happy place because people are coming together to do things that they want to do. To support each other and to connect with each other and to make Fairfax a better place to be. So I'd like to be a part of that.
Wow, if the volunteer board is the cesspool, you can imagine what it feels like sitting up here.
Well, Larry's about ready to run for the water board, so I think there's some.
Other questions of Mr. Taylor?
I just want to say thank you for submitting an application. I like your idea about supporting our vibrant community, and I think working with members of the volunteer board, you really will do a great job working with Holly and the other members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Are there any members of the community who want to speak on this issue? If not, we'll go right to a nomination and appointment. Please.
I would be honored to nominate George Taylor for the volunteer board.
I would second that. I got
okay.
it, John.
Bragman, Renee, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Easiest vote of the night, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll move on to the appointment of the artist in residence for the 2014-2015 year. Does any council member want to speak to this issue?
I would just like to say, first of all, I think we're so fortunate to have two really qualified artists apply for this position. I would just like to start off saying that Ms. Rose had some really concrete proposals for things that she would do to elevate the artist in residence that would not only serve the general art community and show her art, but also work with youth and seniors. So I think that's something that really fits with where we want to see the town go for the artists in residence, although I did appreciate Mr. Nye's ideas. I think Ms. Rose had some more concrete proposals, and given her past experience, I think she could hit the ground running.
Other council members want to speak to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're lucky to have two good applicants, and quite different from each other, and that's a good thing in that we're a multifaceted community, and so that's terrific. I mean, I'd love to be able to have everybody have their place there. I mean, one of the things that Rob spoke to is that everybody can use creativity in all kinds of different ways and different things that they do, and I really liked that he brought to the table also. But I think I agree with you, Barbara, also that that having a legacy of other artists in residence from the past represented as part of what she was doing, as well as reaching out with concrete programs for younger and elderly, is a good feature too. So.
Well, with that, did you want to speak to something, or do we just want, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, really, thank you to two, I would say, even if I may, overqualified candidates for this position. And your stepping up is a great vote of confidence for our town. And I'm going to, support Sawyer Rose because I think that what she brings together in terms of working with science and art and the multi-generational aspects of what she brings through her art in bringing really the generations together as we focus in Fairfax right now on the senior community as well as the youth programming adds a lot. But I would certainly not want to scare Rob away in any way, shape, or form, because he has the ability, as he explained to us, to make everybody see that they are innately creative. And I think that that's one of the most important things we can get. So don't disappear regardless of the vote, because we really need you. And there's always enough room for more art and more creativity. And really, thank you so much.
I would say, Mr. Nye, please, it's a one-year appointment. Please come back and visit us next year and reapply us to the creativity thing. You haven't met my lack of it. It would certainly be a test of your great skills. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to have Ms. Sawyer Rose be our artist in residence for the next year.
Kohler Bragman, all in favor? Aye. Unanimous. Okay. Thank you both, and Mr. Nye, we'll see you back here in a year. Thank you. Announcements. Renee, you said you had one that you wanted to particularly focus on?
Yes, I wanted to let everyone know, and I'm going to hold this up, and there will be flyers posted all over town, that the DEA is sponsoring their next Take Back Pharmaceutical and Drug Drop-Off Day on September 27th between 10 and 2. You can bring your unused pharmaceuticals, supplements, vitamins, antibiotics, antibiotic ointments, all that stuff that we need to keep out of the water system and that we need to keep out of our kids' hands. Can be brought to the police station, no questions asked. You don't even have to put it in the plastic bags. Bring it on, and we will dispose of it properly. I also understand that this is probably to be the very last DEA-sponsored Take Back Day, so there's a lot of work being done on legislating that we get some action taken by the pharmaceutical companies to start to make a dent in the egregious improper disposal of pharmaceuticals. So please use September 27th, 10 to 2, Town Hall just outside.
And if I may add, it's important to make sure you're there between 10 and 2, because I remember escorting somebody down there at 5 minutes after, and it was already closed up and gone, whisked away. So it's good to be punctual between those hours, and it'll happen. So thanks.
Okay, Barbara.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, John. I'd like to make an announcement on Sky Ranch fundraising update. So we have reached our fundraising goal of $1.2 million. Yay. The details of the purchase are being worked out between the Marin Open Space Trust and the seller. Thanks to all who have contributed to date. Thank you very heartily. However, just a note, there will be restoration costs, so There will be additional fundraising needed as we continue to get better information on those costs. We'll put out more pleas for restoration costs. And just to remind you, Sky Ranch lies on a ridge between Fairfax and San Anselmo. It's a 16-acre property. And with us joining with San Anselmo, Fairfax, Marin Open Space Trust, and the county, we were able to raise these funds in an amazing amount of time. So once we preserve Sky Ranch, it'll be a gateway to over 100,000 acres of Marin Municipal Water District, Golden Gate National Recreation Area, and Marin County open space, and hundreds of miles of public trails stretching all the way to the Golden Gate and Point Reyes. So it's a great achievement, and we look forward to getting there, owning the property, and moving forward so we can all enjoy Sky Ranch. Thanks to everyone.
Okay, a couple of our announcements that are on the agenda. The town picnic coming up on September 14th out on Contrati Ball Field between noon and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The very important General Plan Forum 2 dealing with School Street Plaza and 10 Olima in this room, September 17th, that's a Wednesday, between 6 and 8 p.m. The Affordable Housing Committee, meeting a week after that in this room on the 24th between 3 and 5. We continue to have a vacancy on the Park Committee. All applicants are welcome. Please pick up an application. It's on the website. It's down at Town Hall. Fairfax Chipper Days, October 5th through 12th, noon to 5. Very important, the Red Cross Emergency Shelter Exercise coming up on Saturday, the October 18th between 9 and 4. We'll talk about it in the next meeting as well. Volunteers are needed for this. It's an important opportunity. Well, I don't think we need to have any more memories about what happened just upstate a week or so ago. The importance of getting our shelter understanding and beginning to prepare for what I hope is a day that never occurs. And then the Fairfax Food Pantry, Saturdays 9 to 1, the Fairfax Community Church out on Drake, volunteers always needed. With that, we go to open time for public expression. If you want to speak for a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, on anything that is not on tonight's agenda. Sierra.
Good evening. Can I have 20 minutes? For the drug tune-in, whatever, we're a drug culture. I mean, that's not what I came here to speak about, but we are a drug culture, and everybody's on all kinds of stuff, and it's kind of nutty. Personally, I do fine as long as every day I take my Ginkgo and my Viagra and my Ritalin and my Prozac, and then it's all fine. But we got to get off that crap. I basically came here to talk about zero waste, which is kind of up and around, and trash. And I want to make a suggestion to you guys and all the millions of people like on TV, hi Mom, watching from our couches. And it's kind of a radical idea, and it has to do with that place away, which is like we throw things away. Where is away? And where does whatever we're throwing away come from? And what's it made out of? It's a whole big conversation and topic. I mean, how many of us consider the fact that, our clothing is probably made by slave labor someplace in Bangladesh, or do those people even have any water to drink, or is there even any drinkable water left after making all the crap that we make with slave labor and throw away? So what I want to suggest that people try, besides possibly just even canceling the garbage service, period, but take your trash cans and put it in the middle of your living room and live with everything you throw away for a week, for a month. Don't wrap anything up in plastic. Don't go out and buy plastic to wrap your icky plastic stuff in more plastic. And thank you, State, for working on the bag ban, by the way, and other things. But think about away, and think about every living environment, everything that we throw away comes from, and how much crap do we really need. So I'm suggesting that we all take our trash cans and stick them in the middle of our living room, seriously, and live with all of the crap that we throw away. And don't wrap it in plastic. Don't. That's the future that we're leaving for our children and for every living thing on this planet. That's our legacy. All the plastic and all the crap, all the icky stuff. that's what we're creating. So just look at it. Take your trash can, stick it in your living room, and live with it.
Thank you, Sierra.
Possibly even permanently, because if we do it right, there is no way. There's compost, there's not buying stuff with a bunch of crap, there's not buying stuff with a bunch of plastic, and there's not buying things that are degrading the environment and leaving someplace toxic and unlivable. That's how we should be living if we want to continue to live.
Thanks, Sierra. Wendy.
Hi, I might be on the wrong part of the agenda. I want to ask for a consent item to be moved.
You are. When we do the consent calendar,
I'll be back.
pop up and we'll do it. Bob?
Hi, I'm Bob Kopelman. I live at 321 Cypress Drive, and I'm the executive director for the Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. And we are going to add an event to the calendar of events that we sponsor and co-sponsor each year, and that event is going to be the first annual Fairfax Wine Stroll. And it's going to happen on the first Saturday in October, on October 4th, from 2 to 5 p.m. Excuse me? Wine Stroll. Fairfax Wine Stroll. Okay, what is that? That is strolling around town and stopping into various businesses who are going to offer tastes of wine from local, small, organic, and biodynamic wineries from the region. And that's what it's about, plus little bites of food, too, from the various eating establishments in town. So that's what the event is, and we think it's a really nice way for people, especially people who really like wine, to spend a Saturday afternoon in the early fall. And we're going to have posters start to come out up around town in about 10 days with a lot more details. And you can pick up tickets also around town. And there'll be a website also in about 10 days with details. And you can sign up online. And easy to find, just Google Fairfax Wine Stroll or Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. And we're looking forward to having a lot of people come to this event.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Amy. I live on Oak Manor Drive. With the New Year school started, I wanted to bring up a little matter of the crosswalk at the north end of Oak Manor School. Last year, the sidewalk was retrofitted so to make it more accessible for the blind and the disabled, which was fantastic. However, when they left, they didn't paint the sidewalk red on either side of it. And it's a bit of a problem because, as you know, when the school year starts, the new parents park everywhere because they haven't worked out how to deal with the new school year. And there's cars everywhere, and I've seen them actually park on top of the crosswalk.
This is going to be so much fun. Garrett, how soon can you get that painted? Tomorrow?
This week.
There you go.
Oh, well, this
No,
week,
magic.
assuming there's people working.
We're all good.
Okay, this week.
It'll be done this week.
You're magical, aren't you?
It's the fun part of the job. Holly.
Hi, Holly Bragman. I live on Hickory, and I'm the chair of the Fairfax Volunteers. And I want to thank you for appointing Gio tonight. I didn't jump up fast enough to support him, but I do. So, and thank you for announcing the picnic. I just wanted to come and elaborate a little bit about the town picnic, and also let people know that we are taking volunteers to help us. It's the 9th annual Fairfax Townwide Picnic. Was started by the Fairfax Volunteers as a free event, and there are a lot of activities that folks and their kids can take advantage of, and whether they can pay or not. And we do take donations, but we don't require them. There will be, as always, music by Revolver. There'll be games, a tug-of-war, three-legged race, watermelon eating contest, that kind of stuff. And there will be free face painting by Tatiana, and tattoos and art projects, and I can't mention them all, but I really do want to mention our sponsors, because every year we hit up the town businesses in order to make this a free event, and that's the reason that we can do it. And so I want to thank publicly the Good Earth, the Fairfax Lumber, Sorella Cafe, Revolution 9, Coffee Roastery, the Chamber of Commerce, Burn Sanitary, and Iron Springs Brewery. Those are our main sponsors. We also have a number of other businesses that donate gift certificates, so we have a great raffle, and I want to thank them, but I can't name all of them. And if you want to sign up to volunteer for that event or any number of other events like the Chipper Day or the Wine Stroll or the Gardener's Alliance or the Red Cross thing, please visit our website at eventsvolunteer.com. It's events plural, EVENTS, volunteer.com, or you can call town and we'll sign you up. We'll get you signed up, don't worry. Thanks.
Thank you, Holly. Mr. Sargent, as you arrive, I'm hoping that you had the opportunity to examine carefully the agenda, because under the town manager's report, the town manager and I are going to have a thorough discussion on some of the very issues that you've raised in the past.
For example?
For example, how the agenda is set, how closed session criteria, how that works, the very issue of language on the agenda and how it is set. The manager and I have spent quite a number of hours talking about this over the past month, and I was hoping you would be here this evening because in the past we've noticed the manager doesn't really often have that much to talk to in his report, because if he had a report to give, he'd put it on the agenda, and that's what we'd be talking about. So we want to begin to use his time a little bit to delve into some of the minutia of civics dealing with the workings of the council.
That sounds complicated.
It won't be, trust me.
Well, I appreciate your efforts. That was going to be one of the things I wanted to speak at, because you have things on your agenda, 16 and 17, that I don't understand as a layman. But hopefully you can make some progress in that area, and I would appreciate your attention you're giving to this. Secondly, Garrett, did you get my email about the fan? No, that doesn't actually move any air. But I mean, I thought you were going to get a real good fan.
That is the fan, actually, that's replaced. That's the new fan, and actually that's the model brand that you had indicated the stores had used, but it's a model that we had. So that is the new fan.
It is a new fan. I would suggest you get another new fan that doesn't move any air, especially since David likes people to participate. Let's make it as comfortable as we possibly can. What brand is that fan? Or can you send me an email on that? You didn't answer my email. That's why I'm bringing it up.
It's the same brand. I prefer not to say the brand because you know what the brand is.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand you.
I'll say it. Can I say it? That's the fan that you recommended, and we did get in contact with the company. It's the Big Ass Fan Company.
That's a big ass fan?
Yep.
You got the little version, huh? Thank you.
All right, Jody, top that.
I don't know about that. Good evening, Jody Timms, 290 Cascade. I just wanted to thank the town council, and thank Sustainable Fairfax for a great weekend event. I'm sure it'll come up again, Streets for People. But I just wanted to mention that I had a real fun time myself at the Commission on Aging table. So as the town of Fairfax's representative, I just wanted to mention that I thought the idea of having a more interactive setup was a really good one. I had like a bulletin board with across the top, how do you feel about aging? And I had 45 people stop and add their names to my tally. So I just wanted to give you that quick result. Last year, I think I only had like 10 people stop by. A lot of people don't think aging has too much to do with them. But since we're all doing it, this time with that headline, how do you feel about aging? These were the responses I got. Of the 45 responses, 11 people have mixed feelings about aging. 9 people love it. 6 people are accepting of that process. 6 find it amusing, including one 18-year-old who filled it out. 5 people find it they're neutral, basically, about aging. 4 people actually hate it. Someone added "not for the faint of heart," and that got 3 tallies. One person said they refused to accept it, but no one checked, "I haven't thought about it." So I just wanted to thank you all again for a great event. Next year, I hope I get an umbrella, because some of my seniors were a little hot out there. I was holding one, but anyway, it was a great event, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. On behalf of the seniors of Fairfax.
Thank you, Jody. Any other folks want to speak during open time? Seeing none, we'll close it and move on to the consent calendar. Wendy, what was the number you had in mind?
Yes, I wonder if we can get more information. I believe it's item 6 on rent control. I'd like to get more information about why it's being removed and what other steps are going to be taken. And I would like that to happen not at the end of the meeting when everyone, including me, is gone, but either if it could be included in the discussion. I know there's not usually discussion on the consent calendar, but if it could be included in that would be great.
Rather than pull it off, we'll have a brief discussion about it.
Thank you.
The one thing I wanted to mention, because these things tend to get buried in the consent calendar, is number 11. The PACE program is finally being sorted up. It would have been nice back in the depths of the Great Recession. It could be referred to as the Contractor Full Employment Act. The opportunity to do energy retrofits on your property by having the funds be placed. So you don't have to pay it up front. It becomes part of your tax bill. And in fact, it would roll over to, if you sold your house after a year or two, it would roll over to the purchaser. That way, the incentive is to get the work done now. The details of this are in the staff report. I see Council Member Kohler would like to speak on this issue as well. Barbara?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure logistics, if we need to pull it off or if we can discuss it, because I wanted to mention a few things. I've also asked Becky Menton from Marin Clean Energy to attend if there's any questions. Becky, you're here. Great. Well, I think logistically I'll just talk about it, and then if people have a lot of questions about it, we can see if we need to pull it off. But first of all, I'm a member of the Climate Action Committee, Fairfax's Climate Action Committee, and 2 of our members are here tonight, Bruce Ackerman, the chair, and Jody Timms. And others on the committee brought the PACE program to our attention, and luckily the timing was right, because in the past it has not been available for residential. Now it's available for residential with some potential pros and cons. But we need to adopt a resolution to allow it to work in our town. By doing the PACE program, as David says, it's only if you want to. You can have your property assessed to have basically your energy efficiency needs financed through that means, and so you pay it off on your property tax. I think the difference is if you default on your loan, that has to be paid first. The interest rates are not very inexpensive. They're 6 3/4 to about 8 3/4, but it's a good way to kind of spread out the pain of something like this. So, and the other thing that's very beneficial for us is that we adopt a resolution. Marin Clean Energy is our liaison with property owners, and you don't have to be a member of Marin Clean Energy to participate. But also, we do not do the assessments. There's a group called California First that's through the California League of Cities. So it's a nice win-win, and it's another tool in the toolbox if you want to do solar or some other energy efficiency. And so I want to thank the members of the committee and maybe have Becky say a few words about it. If that's, can we do that now? Is that all right?
I think we can do that, and it's very appropriate. Please, join us.
Okay. Great.
Thanks for coming, Becky.
Absolutely. So some of the things that I think are also advantages of PACE programs that I think are worth mentioning, it does have somewhat of a higher interest rate than some of the other possible financing options available, but it is also transferable with the property, which is a really nice asset. If you buy solar panels and you don't want to yank them off your house, average home ownership is 9 years, but the PACE loans can be financed over 20. So that interest rate does step up from 6 3/4 up to 8 3/4, but when you amortize that over the 20-year periods, it makes for a nice lower monthly payment, which brings your energy savings more in line with your monthly payment, helping it to be kind of neutral.
Okay.
And just briefly, other things that people can finance through PACE, not just solar, but...
Sure, absolutely. So any eligible measure is energy efficiency as well as renewable energy, so things that can be rebated by the utilities, by MCE's energy efficiency programs, all those should be
Wait,
eligible.
let's talk about high-hanging fruit and low-hanging fruit. I have a solar system on my roof. It's wonderful. It's terrific. That's a chunk of change.
It is.
Windows, not a chunk of change.
Also a chunk of change. Insulation. Nobody's talking about insulation.
Yeah.
Everybody should be talking about insulation.
Yes.
Ceiling fans.
Yep. Can I ask you, siding on the side of a house?
Siding on the side of a house probably is not eligible.
All right.
There may be some leniency for a certain proportion of the loan principal to be used for non-energy measures. Marin Clean Energy actually offers an on-bill repayment option, which is an alternative to PACE, and we do allow 30% non-energy measures. So things like siding, even new countertops, those kinds of things would also qualify. So I'm not positive about that provision in the California First program, but I can find out and get back to you.
I would appreciate it. And Garrett, I was looking at the homepage of our Fairfax website today. I don't think you could put another thing on there, so try to find some room to put another thing on there, because this is really important.
You know, I'm also noticing, Mayor, that the water conservation is a piece of it as well. That would not directly relate to you guys, but gray water systems, is that something that would, do you guys know?
I'm pretty sure that is an eligible measure as well.
So I think as we move forward to adopt the resolution, if people are interested, would you be willing or
Absolutely.
to come and do a presentation so people could really ask questions on it? We wanted to, start it off, and so thank you for, I think I emailed you about 11 o'clock last night and asked you to participate. Thank you so much for being here, Becky. And
of course.
Any other people have questions?
None at this time. Leave your home number, because we are going to have a lot of questions. This is an extremely, extremely important program.
Is there a way to leave my contact information in the minutes? Then people could follow up with me.
Yeah. Why don't you
Yak
just
it. Just tell
say it right now.
tell the clerk.
And then, David, I want
Please.
to bring up one more thing on the consent calendar that is also related to our efforts to reduce our carbon footprint as a community. Item number, 14, points out that Fairfax was recognized by EPA's Green Power Community Challenge for 2014. We're ranked 7th in the country for our green power total percentage of electricity use. So that's pretty darn good. And I want to thank everybody who's done what they can to reduce their carbon footprint. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would also like to not necessarily pull item 7, but perhaps if other council members would like to. This is about the retrofit of a number of bridges around town. And this has been on our agenda before, and we're at the point where we're approving the design of these bridges. And it hasn't come up in earlier discussions because it was more general, but a lot of these are the historic bridges that we see around town, and they have a certain look that really goes a lot with Fairfax. And we've seen other bridges be replaced, and what we've gotten is, something that's clearly not a historical bridge. It's kind of a modern contraption, and I think at this point is the point to bring up that I think it should look like a historical bridge and preserve.
Can I make a suggestion on this? I think you and Garrett should chat this over, because it is very important, although I do notice that Caltrans has established a larger suite of non-ugly bridges from which might be, accessible.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I would second removing it from the consent calendar.
Then
It's a big contract, and it really is something that's going to be an everyday item for folks.
Then it's going to go to the end of the meeting. Please, Garrett.
So I think that's fine, but just to clarify, it's not changing the design of any of the bridges. It's these programs are maintenance and repair. Creek Road Bridge, because it's a seismic retrofit, the structural supports, that's going to change, but look and feel all the bridges won't. For example, Spruce, we're just doing the road top, but that's in essence what is happening. We're not replacing any bridges, we're just repairing what's there, and most of it is underneath the bridge.
Okay, well, I can definitely understand the structure underneath, but I think people care a lot about what they look like, and I just wanted to...
Well, we could pull it and talk about it
Do we
later.
still want to pull it, since we're not going to be discussing the top of the bridge, but it's a contract about the bottom of the bridge?
I mean, I think if we have, I would like to pull it. It sounds like it's going to be a short discussion.
Okay, then we'll take number 7 and we'll wonk it as after number 20. We'll go in as number 21. Other than number 6, which we'll get to in a second, are there any other council members wanting to talk on anything on the consent calendar? I see we have 2 other people. Bruce, what would you like to have us attend to?
I'll be very brief, but I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kohler and everyone involved in getting the PACE program through so quickly. And second, the comment that insulation is much sexier than it looks like. Thank you.
Okay, you can also thank former Supervisor Brown, who was yakking about this thing about 10 years ago. Mr. Sargent.
Okay, I'd like to remove number 10, the City Slow Committee as the unofficial town committee. Is it an official town committee now?
As we sit here today.
It is?
But we're moving to take it off.
Okay. I guess I misunderstood or wasn't given the right information when we talked about this before. I was under the impression we hadn't spent any money on this, City Slow.
Say that again?
I was under the impression the town had not spent any money on the City Slow program.
Not recently, but in its first year or 2, I believe, it did cover the annual dues, and the council voted 4-1. I was the objector to actually loan the group the dues that were owed, and that would be paid back. But that was not the council's pleasure, so the town has not loaned or otherwise given the Cheetah Slope Committee any funds at all.
So it was a loan, and was it been paid back?
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke. During the first 2 years, they covered the dues, okay? After that, the dues went unpaid.
Yeah.
I recommended that the town loan Cheetah Slow the money to be paid back, but the council decided no. So no money was loaned. No money was loaned to Cheetah Slow. So there's nothing to pay back.
Well, just some clarification then, David, maybe I'm not understanding. Has any money been spent on the City Slow program?
The first 2 years dues.
Okay, so that's where I'm confused, yeah. Okay, that was $3,000, something like that?
I think it was less at the very beginning,
Not
but,
much.
in the ballpark.
Okay, well, just a final comment then on that. I would hope that even though you're designated as an unofficial town committee, I would urge you not to have the town any part of the City Slow program if that's what you're doing. If it's not, my concerns have been met, because I think it's a real waste of money.
Except we're not spending any money on it, but okay. Okay, and with that, Michael.
Excuse me, earlier I just came up to make sure that 7 came off, but could you also put 5 off the consent calendar? I think if the town is engaging in a new contract with a new position with a new employee, it is something that the town should explain why we need to incur this cost and what we're doing.
Right now. Garrett?
Thank you.
Talk to us about number 5.
Number 5 is actually just developing or creating a management analyst position that would be filled internally by the deputy town clerk, and there is a corresponding increase in salary that's been budgeted within this year's budget and was actually discussed as part of the budget workshops and is included in the budget, but it's not filling the position from outside, nor would we be filling any additional positions. It would just be a slash position that the deputy town clerk would take on the responsibilities for.
With that, if there are no other concerns in the community about anything else on the consent calendar, Larry, would you like to speak to number 6?
Sure. So, 2 months ago, I submitted the memorandum to the council to consider a rent control ordinance, and this was in response to the increasing concern in the community about the high cost of housing. And really, the council never had a full discussion on it. It was recommended that it go to the Affordable Housing Committee. And in that interim period of time, I received a number of communications, emails from various members of the community, whether they were real estate interests, local property owners, small landlords, variety of people, universally really blistering the idea of going forward with rent control. And rent control is a very tough thing to do in California under existing state law. All new construction is exempt from rent control. The only buildings that are subject to rent control are pre-1998 buildings. And so there's an inherent unfairness built into the structure provided by the state. And that unfairness really became manifest to me in various discussions I had with members of the community. And as I further explored the topic, I found in particular that as it's developed in San Francisco, it's created really an entire subset of administrative and legal entanglements that are extremely expensive to administer and are just it's a very tough project for a town of our size to take on. Just the administrative cost of registering apartments, going through eligibility requirements, dealing with appeals, dealing with enforcement. It's very overwhelming for a town of our size to take something like that on. And I just felt, given what we're dealing with the housing element and the controversy that stirred up, this thing was the seed of another massive fracture in the community. And at that point, given the administrative difficulty, the expense, and frankly, just the level of rancor that was sort of boiling, I felt it was more prudent to withdraw it. I understand the county may be considering it. I'm sure if it gets on their agenda, they're going to get an earful. But given the experience and the state of the law, I just decided, it was time to draw back and just finish what we're doing with the housing element and see where we go.
Okay. Wendy, very briefly, usually we don't have a colloquy here. It's not, you know what? This is not on the agenda. This is not something we're talking about. The council member had the opportunity to speak to the issue and why he put it on there. No, I'm going to say no because others will want to speak to it as well. But you guys can have your own sidebar later and talk about it. Okay? With that, I'm going to close the consent calendar. Number 7 has been moved to the very end. All of the others, 4 through 15, can I have a motion to adopt them?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
I'll second.
So, Kohler Renee, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Hearing none, the consent calendar, with the exception of number 7, has been adopted. We now move on to presentations and the Marin Organizing Committee and Patty Brightman speaking on the issue, a force of nature in her own right.
Yeah.
actually have a group speaking from the Marin Organizing Committee.
Hello, is that good? Good evening. My name is Esther Rocha Statler from Congregation Kol Shofar. I've lived in Fairfax for 16 years. Thank you for inviting MOC to speak to you tonight. We're going to be talking about shelter for the homeless in Marin County, and specifically the rotating emergency shelter known as REST. Currently, REST operates from November 15th through through April 15th. And we want to explain why we feel like it should be a year-round program, that it should have one site, and how Fairfax can contribute to help making that happen. First, a word about MOC, the Marin Organizing Committee. Founded in 2009, MOC is an organization of institutions, congregations, nonprofits, and civic associations, representing thousands of Marin County residents. We currently have 18 dues-paying member organizations. We've had frequent conversations within and across our institutions in which we work on the various concerns about the problems facing our families and communities. When we began organizing, we heard repeatedly about the lack of adequate number of emergency shelter beds in Marin County. Based on what we learned from talking with elected officials and key stakeholders, we created a plan for a shelter. Then 6 years ago, during a particularly cold winter, a group of congregations opened their doors to the homeless. We had a plan in place, the county guaranteed the funding to MOC, and the REST program was born. Run by St. Vincent de Paul Society, REST operates on a behavioral model. Each night, intake counselors assess the guest's ability to cooperate and live in community for the night. The host congregations then offer room for 40 men and 20 women to sleep in a safe and warm environment. In addition, each night the volunteers bring home-cooked meals to share for a communal dinner. Guests and volunteers sit down and eat with each other, sharing stories, building relationships, and creating networks of community support. Over the course of the winter, people start to over the course of the winter, people start to connect and engage with one another. Last season, over 2,000 volunteers from more than 40 institutions participated in the program. And as a result of these relationships, 19 guests secured permanent housing last winter. To expand REST to 365 days per year will require a site and increased funding. And although the congregations have been and remain committed to the program, none can commit to 52 weeks of the year. Accordingly, MOC is working with county health and human services staff, service providers, and allies to find a site. This group, the REST Advisory Council, has formulated the basic site criteria needed to replicate the success of REST: adequate ADA-compliant sleeping space and restrooms, a kitchen for cooking and/or serving dinners, and adequate parking for the volunteers. With help from a commercial broker, the Advisory Council has been looking throughout the county, focusing primarily on SB2 zoned areas in each city or town, on county-owned buildings, on county-owned land, and on available sites within the faith community. We believe strongly that homelessness is a county-wide issue, an obligation that each jurisdiction in Marin needs to address. In Fairfax, St. Rita's Church and Christ Lutheran Church have been very active in REST program. And many more of the Fairfax residents have volunteered their time with REST in congregations throughout the county. REST has gone from a program aimed at saving lives to a program of transforming lives. That's why REST needs to be a year-round program. If you've participated in REST as a volunteer, a client, or just support REST, please stand up now. Thank you. Please be seated.
I'm Patty Brightman with Gone Halev, and I've been at Fairfax for 23 years. Before I tell you exactly what we're asking from the town of Fairfax, I'd like to introduce two members of the clergy whose congregants live in Fairfax who've been active in the REST shelter. First, I'd like to introduce the Reverend Bev Brewster from Sleepy Hollow Presbyterian.
As Patty said, I'm Beverly Brewster. I'm the pastor of the Sleepy Hollow Presbyterian Church in western San Anselmo with congregants from mostly San Anselmo and Fairfax, and I live on Cascade Drive for the last 5 years. Since our church was founded over 50 years ago, we have been faithfully serving the homeless and the hungry, and since the inception of the REST program, we've been participating in REST. So even though we're a small church, we have housed the homeless men and the homeless women in our fellowship hall up until the time that we brought in a preschool. And once we couldn't do that anymore, we continued doing dinners and sitting with, companioning the unhoused community through the wellness center for the women, and then in the last winter working with St. Rita's congregation here in Fairfax. This has been transformative, not just for the unhoused community, but also for all of our volunteers who have worked with the unhoused, because I think that most of us adults can easily imagine how a person could have a financial reversal, fall prey to addiction, or have mental disabilities that would put them at severe danger of being homeless. It's been really fantastic for our parishioners, and especially for our high school and middle schoolers, to have dinner and sit down and get to know our homeless guests and see them on a regular basis, to be able to understand really what their life is like. And they are so tired, you know, from the morning when they're even turned out of the shelter at dawn. They are weary and wandering and nameless and unwelcome wherever they go. And it's only because of the REST program that they have any place in their whole day where people ask them what their name is and speak to them by name and make them feel welcome. So the program is so vital because we welcome them into the church, and we find out what their names are, and we get in our welcome circle, and they know that that is a place where they really are welcome and they really are treated as the fully human people that they are. As vital as the program is, it's a very partial solution, because we only have by its name, we know it's a temporary solution. We only have the program from dusk to dawn and only during the winter season. And then it's just a heartbreak for all of us who are working in the program to say goodbye to our homeless guests at the end of the season and know that they have no place, that they're welcome from April through November. This is a problem that the churches and worthy organizations like MOC can't solve for the county. We need all of our governmental officials to work on this problem. That's the only way we'll get a permanent solution. So we of the church really call upon the Fairfax Town Council to model compassionate leadership and to take a step forward on this solution that only through all of our governments working together will we be able to solve. Thank you so much.
And now I'd like to introduce Father Ken Weir from St. Rita's Catholic Church.
My name is Father Ken Weir. I'm the pastor of St. Rita Church. I'm also professor of human rights at the University of San Francisco. And our parish of St. Rita's was founded in 1930. And I noticed you were founded the following year as a town. We have in our parish about 2,000 Catholics, which is approximately 25% of the population of Fairfax. And for the last 6 years, we've been very active, as you heard, in the REST program. And the first word of the REST program, R, means rotating, and rotating is not enough. We really need a place for a whole year, because we have at our doorsteps homeless people for a whole year. I was asked to speak something about, very briefly, the moral rationale for taking care of homeless people. And the moral rationale is twofold. It's philosophical and theological. Philosophically, the right to housing is a human right. It was established by the United Nations in 1948 in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Also happens to be part of Catholic social teaching. But in any case, the recognition of human rights means that people have a right to a place to live. They have a right to a shelter. And it's a question of whether we recognize and then fulfill that right. The second is theological, and that, of course, comes from a religious tradition. In my case, it's Christianity. And we look to the life of Jesus Christ, who cared for people, who went out to the needy, who welcomed strangers, and extended that kind of love. And so when Jesus says, "Love one another as I have loved you," our expression of love goes out especially to those who are in need. And so we particularly are very much supportive of the initiative and the suggestion that we have a place for homeless people throughout the year, that they can come, be welcomed, have a meal, and invited to the community of love that we represent as the town of Fairfax.
Thank you.
It's clear to us that in order to find a year-round shelter place, it's going to take every single jurisdiction in Marin County to chip in. We've launched a town-by-town campaign to engage with elected officials to garner support for a year-round rest. We're also meeting with each county supervisor. The current operating cost of rest is $350,000 for 5.5 months. We estimate that the annual operating budget for a year-round shelter will be about $1.25 million. This increase is due largely to increases in rent and staffing. In order to reach the goal, we're proposing that the costs be shared among the county, private funds, individual jurisdictions, and continued in-kind contributions from the organizations and congregations that have been volunteering. Here's the formula we're using. 40% of the funds would come from the county, which has allocated $500,000 as a one-time line item in its 2014-2015 budget. 20% will come from Marin cities and towns, 20% from the Marin Community Foundation and private funds, and 20% from the Rest Congregation as in-kind donations. This budget represents a strategy of funding from public and private sources that reflects a fair share, equitable contribution. Specifically, the allocation of funds from the various cities and the county takes into account their population for half the funding, and then an equal share by number of jurisdictions for the balance. With respect to Fairfax, we are asking that you allocate $16,391.83 as Fairfax's annual share of funding for a permanent year-round rest program. Again, this number is based on two factors: Fairfax's population as a pro rata share, and an equal share based on the number of jurisdictions in the county.
Good evening. My name is Jack Hayes, and my wife and I have lived here in Fairfax since 1968. And we've raised our 6 children here, and they went through Manor and Drake, where I was a teacher and principal decades ago. When I retired in 2001, I became part of the St. Vincent de Paul Society and worked with the conference at St. Rita's. You should know that each year that conference helps out the poorest and neediest in Fairfax in numbers that exceed 300 each year, annually. We visit the homes of those that ask for our help. We bring them food, clothes, help them with rent, utilities, and other basic needs. The REST program was a boon to this community and to the county when it was originated in 2009. And St. Rita's, we're proud to say, and Father should be very proud of it, that St. Rita's was a part of the program from its very beginning. It's been a great success for those who serve the homeless in the program, and for the guests, the homeless guests who are part of the program. The program has transformed lives, and I'll give you one example of a Fairfax resident where that has occurred. And I'd also like to give you an example of a Fairfax resident who did not get the opportunity to be in the REST program and what she's going through right now. Karen is a mother, a young mom, single mom of 2 children. And a few years ago, life just got the best of her. She gave her 2 children away to a relative, and went homeless, was in the REST program, coincided with the beginning of the REST program, was in the REST program, and frankly, through the REST program, she credits what she received in the REST program, the cooperation and collegiality and guidance to the through the REST program, in getting her life back on track. She did go through some counseling and rehabilitation. She has her job back in the same place where she works in the same place that she left, and she's presently reuniting with her children. For Dottie, who lived not very far from here at all, she was evicted from her home. Here, did I turn it off? Back? All right. For Dottie, thank you. Dottie was eliminated from her home while the REST program was in effect, but only for the last couple of nights. Following the REST program, where she received warmth and a meal, she has alternatively slept near the bocce ball courts in Alvarez Park, been on couches in various neighbors' homes, and presently is back in Fairfax living in a garden shed with no electricity, no water, and not doing well at all. The REST program is an extraordinary asset for the community. And Fairfax is a community, we know that. Fairfax is a community that cares. Here is an opportunity for you to show that care by joining with other communities to make the REST program permanent. Through your leadership, Fairfax can make the REST program possible. The founder of the St. Vincent de Paul Society 180 years ago said in a fit of frustration, let's not talk about helping the poor, let's just go do it. Since that time, over 20,000 conferences of St. Vincent de Paul have been formed. We look forward to working you in this effort to make the REST program a permanent program, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions now.
Okay, Patty, I will sponsor us bringing it back in October to talk about whether and how we can budget the 16K plus for your program.
I'm sorry, you will do what in October?
In October, we will bring this back. I will sponsor bringing this back to council so that the council can consider the request of the MOC project for the $16,391 and change to see, in collaboration with the manager, other council members, town finance, whether and where that funding can be obtained.
Thank you. And if you have any other questions, we're prepared.
Wait. Oh. You will be back here in October.
I certainly will.
And also, we need, you threw out some numbers and finances and stuff. It would be very helpful if you have a more comprehensive document for you to forward that, as you are right now, to the clerk.
I'm giving Michelle not only the frequently asked questions document, but also a script of what we said tonight, so all the details will be in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry?
Yeah, very, very moving, and see it every day in my office in San Rafael, which is right across from Ritter Center. So I'm just interested as far as the budget and possible location. Do you guys have an idea where you might have a facility?
There's an advisory committee right now looking in San Rafael and all throughout the county at all appropriately zoned places. Honestly, we think it's going to end up somewhere in San Rafael, probably on county property. We don't know yet. They're looking at a number of places. Nothing has been firmed up. Nothing's been identified yet. But there's a committee of not only MOC people, but also stakeholders and town people. There's a committee that's working on that right now, looking for a site.
And just as far as, again, not to get too far into the details of it, but how many beds do you think you'd be able to support on the budget you're contemplating?
We're hoping to replicate what we have now, which is 60 beds.
And would they be daily beds, or would these
We're
folks
not even
get a
talking,
chance to stay there over, keep their belongings there, that type of thing?
all that's being looked at. We're hoping right now to just replicate what rest is, which is come in the evening and leave early in the morning just to get out of the cold at night. We're not even looking at beds. We're looking at air mattresses on the floor.
Yeah.
We hope to grow. Our hope is that eventually we can accommodate people who can leave their things there. Eventually we'd like wraparound services for mental health counseling and job counseling and life skills counseling. But that's way down the road. Right now we just want to replicate what REST has been doing from November 15th to April 15th. We just like it to go year round. It's a very modest beginning. We're hoping it will grow, but we just want to get people out of the elements.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I do think it's a county and a county-wide responsibility, so I'm really glad to see you guys bringing it forward, so thank you.
Thank you. We're talking to Tiburon tonight as well, and we've already
wow.
spoken to San Anselmo, and we are planning to talk to every municipality in Marin County.
Good luck.
So Patty,
Thank
can I
you.
ask you really quickly, thank you all so much. This is the third time I've heard your presentation. Mostly different people each time, equally as impassioned and articulate and very, very enrolling. And my question is, the vision and the mission that REST has had, which is unique to other sheltering programs, will that stay even though it's going to have one permanent facility? How will you work that out with the communities of faith, and how will that happen? Will it rotate communities of faith, or will you have a staff that's more consistent, or how would you work that out?
The volunteers from all the communities, that's not just faith communities, but all the not-for-profits that have helped, and the churches and synagogues and organizations, all the volunteers will continue to prepare meals and share meals with the clients. It will just be in one place. And yes, we'll probably have different days of the week for different organizations, as we did now. That's how we did it now. On certain days, certain congregations prepared the meals. And that will probably continue, because the model is sharing the meal with our clients. It's not just dropping off food and running. It's building relationships and transforming lives. So that will continue. Thank you. Thank you all
Patty,
very much for your attention.
all of you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael?
I just wanted to add a comment to this. Sometimes when we see a new organization or an old organization, but we haven't had the opportunity to really work with the organization, we have questions and fears and concern. I've actually been someone that's had the opportunity to work through St. Vincent's and specifically St. Rita's with Jack Hayes and Carlos, who's also sitting down here today. And what I found is not only have they just taken funds and thrown it at somebody, no, they've actually taken the time to really say, will these funds help this person? Will these funds, if we're expending these funds, allow the person to get back on their feet, and we're actually helping and building society? It's not a bottomless pit. And so I do hope that the town of Fairfax looks at this, that right here, our own little St. Rita's really looks at who the individuals are. They look at what the individuals want to do. They look at saying, are these funds well spent with our public funds? They're very prudent. It's not like they qualify somebody, but they want to really make sure that their dollars go as far as they can, which really represents all of us. It's all of our dollars to try to help people. And so they really look at each individual as a person, as an individual, and looks to the question of how will this help them? Will this get them to a place that they will have a home, will be back on their feet? And it's a really nice organization. So I do hope and encourage Fairfax looks at it as not something where we just throw money and shut our back on, but we're really giving people the opportunity, because there will be a time that at least one of us in this room will make the wrong investment or be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and we will need that temporary help to find another place to be. Thank you.
Other comments on this, Sierra?
I just want to say thank you to all who work to relieve suffering in this world. And I'm grateful to all you do, really. And, you know, I just bow in, you know, grateful awe. I hope that, just so much, I mean, it's all of our communities. It's Fairfax, it's San Rafael. I mean, it's, you know, the whole world. People are scrabbling for places to live. And it can get back into rent control, property ownership. It's like human rights versus the rights of nature, basically. I mean, I know I keep going on about that, but it's all in direct conflict with the profit and ownership of the commons. And human rights kind of get lost when it's all about owning the land and extracting the timber rights or the mineral rights, or turning everything into products that we buy and wrap in plastic and throw away, to go back to an earlier theme. But I hope that it's centralized, someplace people can get to. At the Presbyterian Church out in Sleepy Hollow, I wonder how that works and how people get to it. Is there any kind of bus, or people all drive individual cars, or they ride their bicycles, or especially in the rain? And wouldn't it be great if we could have, rather than just one big centralized place in San Rafael or San Francisco or Carlsbad, New Mexico, where we bury a bunch of nuclear stuff that doesn't really stay buried, but wouldn't it be great if we could just have someplace small, local, in every locality, where we take care of ourselves and take care of each other where we live? Because this is us. This is where we live. Why do we have to hop on a bus or walk for 3 hours, or, you know, drive the car that we're sleeping in the rest of the time someplace else, or even sleeping on the streets and getting hassled for sleeping in our car? Or as I think it was Yvette or somebody said, or maybe Valerie a while back, most people don't want to give up their cars because they know it's their last refuge and their last place that they can call their own, or even sleep, or have, you know, 4 doors and a roof that they can close and call their own and be safe. And yet we can't even sleep in the streets in our own town. It's confusing. And anyway, thank you for everybody that works at taking care of this.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this issue? Good evening. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. My name is Leah Madison. Lived in Marin County since '68. Living here in Paradise. Affordable housing is not affordable. We need rent control desperately. I fought for rent control in the 70s with an attorney named Brent Willer. I was working in ICU at Kaiser Hospital, where Brent almost died. I asked them, begged them to not give up on him. They transferred him to Kaiser Hospital in San Francisco. I was with Brent when he died. We copied the Santa Monica rent control ordinance, and a friend of his named Rockman, I think, also an attorney. So we worked very hard. We didn't get anywhere because Marin is for the wealthy. And most people in Marin do not want to see the homeless. They don't want them to exist. They're throwaway people for most people in Marin. And we're talking about human beings. As a nurse, I know that any one of us does not have to look far. Perhaps our neighbor or within our own family, for a homeless person, an alcoholic, a drug addict, mentally ill. We don't have to look far. We're humans. We need a permanent rest program, a permanent big site, and we need every city to support us. We need a lot of funding. We don't have to have a tremendous amount of money because this can operate on a smaller scale financially. But people do need a place to sleep, and they need food to survive. We all need and want the same things, basically. I would ask that Fairfax really look into your policies on second units and some degree of rent control. Do you have any idea how much it costs to get into an apartment? Moving costs, storage costs, moving costs, deposit, month in advance. Dear God, it's thousands. We need a permanent shelter for more than 40 men and 20 women. We need more beds than 60. I would wonder if you have all visited Mill Street Shelter, New Beginnings, Mary Isaac's Shelter in Petaluma, which is just a huge open room with cots, double bunks. Mill Street has mostly bunk beds too. Very few. Oh, I've gone over my time.
Just a little bit.
Yes, well, I'm sorry. I just hope and pray that you'll support this with all your heart and soul.
We'll see you back here next month.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
Of course. To Sergeant.
John Sargent, Fairfax. I think I've told you before, I volunteered a homeless dinner in San Francisco, a very large homeless dinner, over 150 people. And although some of the volunteers are scared, quite frankly, of the homeless, I make a very point to sit down and talk to everybody I can when I'm there. And certain things have emerged that sort of surprised me. One, there's a substantial amount of homeless people that do not want shelter with any rules or regulation. They prefer to live outside. Secondly, I would hope with this program, even if it costs more money, that we would have a total program maybe modeled on something like St. Anthony's does, meaning some counselors for alcohol and drug treatment, some career counselors, some hopefully some career guidance and things like that. Hopefully the program won't be the kind of a program where people just come in out of the cold when the weather's bad and lay down. Hopefully it could be a total program. And I have some experience with St. Anthony's. My brother-in-law is currently in an assisted living facility that St. Anthony's provided. And he wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for the assistance he's received from St. Anthony's. I guarantee you he'd be dead. I've also been involved with St. Anthony's, mainly sending them money, but sometimes as volunteers, that they have this total program. And that's one of the reasons it's such a big success. Now, we may not have the facilities or money to do that, but I would hope at least some of that would be put in the mix so that people that come into that program would get not just a place to bed down for the night, but a place where they can get some assistance in all these other areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan Dillon, and I'm a senior at Drake, and I'm also a big member of the St. Vincent de Paul Society. And at Drake, I'm the president of Interact Club, and with Interact and St. Vincent de Paul, we've sent students over from Drake to work with the REST program. And we're not just helping their lives. I think it's made a really big impact on the students. It's really important to see how other people live, and it's a really cool, great program, and I hope you guys support it.
Thank you.
Hello, Nicolo Calderero, and I've been listening to this presentation of rent control and homelessness.
Pick up the mic, please.
And I'd like to just comment a bit. In the 1970s and 80s, I worked in the San Francisco in the Western Addition and in the Tenderloin to assist tenants who were being pressed for evictions. Also worked to help establish the rent control in San Francisco. Since then, because of the Ellis Act, thousands of San Franciscans have been evicted from their homes, and basically those homes have been transformed into a very unaffordable units. And my students and I have been researching what happens to people, and we found impacts: more people on the streets, more people living in the parks, more people being pushed out of San Francisco who are basically working class. You can Google one of my articles on homelessness. It was published about 4 years ago. But I think that what's really important for us to do is to attack the means by which people are being made homeless, and that's by making the homes less affordable. And in Fairfax, that's coming about through homes that are now very small and are being rented out by rooms to people, whether artists or whatever. They're being bought and being torn down or being redesigned and modified to be larger and larger houses. Now, in 1978 to 2000, Frank Egger proposed that we reduce the size of homes to 3,000 square feet. Wasn't that, Frank, 3,000? Yeah, so, and if we drop it to that level, the potential amortization of the profits that could be derived from making the homes bigger or tearing them down would be erased. And we'd be able to save our small housing that is affordable today. I think that that would go far to keeping our working class and low-income people in Fairfax now, and would be the best way we can achieve affordable housing. So I would urge you to address these two issues, the need for rent control and to address the issue of homelessness by reducing the size of homes that builders and redevelopers can basically cannibalize our existing housing stock.
Any other speakers on this topic this evening? If not, we'll close it with our thanks, bring it back in October, Garrett, for consideration of the finances. And with that, we'll move on to council reports and comments. John, you want to briefly take us through where you were the last month?
Well, I usually have a laundry list of stuff. It's been a slow month. A lot of things, the Transportation Authority did not meet. I did attend a fire board meeting earlier this month and a general plan implementation committee, which is a part of the Climate Action Committee is part of that also. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, so I attended our Fairfax Climate Action Committee, and we approved a draft annual action plan, which will be brought to the General Plan Implementation Committee. We also developed a draft scorecard of Fairfax actions to date to lower our carbon footprint. It's still in process. Our next meeting is September 9th, next Tuesday night. So, you know, we have members of our Climate Action Committee, but everybody is welcome to attend. And we meet in the Community Center, or used to be known as the Youth Center, at 7 o'clock. Also attended a couple of meetings and a tour with the Conservation Corps on trying to open some of our pedestrian trails for wildfire egress. And we're looking forward to a proposal from them soon, and we just want to start that process. I attended the Streets for People event, which was a great event, and also participated in the Climate Action Committee table. We had people write down what they've already done to reduce their carbon footprint and also what they'd like to do, and took their picture with what they'd like to do and intend to email that to them. I also worked on something called Measure J, which will be a ballot argument in ballot rebuttal. That's actually on the town website, but it's not a town thing. It'll be independently done with members of the committee. Thank you.
Larry.
The Ross Valley Paramedic, Marin Energy, and Marin Telecommunications agencies did not meet in August. It's kind of the slow month. Worked on 2 ballot measures for the town of Fairfax, Measure J and, is it K? And K. So worked on those 2 ballot arguments and rebuttals. So that was my primary activity of the month outside of the council. Thanks.
Renee.
So it wasn't a heavy meeting month, so I spent a lot of time out in the streets. Conducted 2 compost workshops for the Fairfax Focus Camp kids, and I'm happy to report that the 3 through 7-year-olds in Fairfax are very well informed and could probably teach most of us in this room how to compost correctly. Attended the Healthy Youth Coalition in order to plan a presence back at the back-to-school nights so that we can put out information around the drug and alcohol situation that we're dealing with, and catch the parents in the beginning and start planning youth activities that provide alternatives to what it is that otherwise youth might be doing with their time. Subcommittee on homelessness, where I heard a presentation from the Marin Organizing Committee, equally as moving and important. I was interviewed by the Flood District Number 9 around the issues and how to do and conduct the public outreach around the detention basins, which have been proposed and are being studied. Streets for People was a wonderful day. I want to thank the entire Fairfax community, and especially the businesses, the retailers, the restaurants who absolutely gave with unabashed generosity to the day, and I think a great time was had by all. I held signs at White Hill Middle School this morning asking, begging, imploring people to slow down. As the kids are back in school, I think some people don't know it. As we know, a lot of our traffic comes from Novato and Petaluma, the back roads, and people are flying past our children who are trying to make their ways to school. So parents, please ride carefully with your children. Please ride behind your child so you are aware of where they are on the road. And in the school zones, please just slow down. Much appreciated. And I'm happy to say that we will be working with a new intern, a team intern from Drake High School, who will help to rejuvenate and get more youth involved in our town's committees and really create a youth in government in action. That is in the works. And I would like to say yay to the state of California for getting through the Assembly and getting through the Senate, and I believe it's on the desk of our fine governor to sign the plastic bag ban, the first state in the country, and this should be coming, do you know when he might sign it?
He has to sign it by the end of September.
Okay, so thank you, everyone.
Very briefly, the Cheetah Committee is quite energized and beginning a number of projects. In fact, it had a table at the Streets for People event that I understand was extremely well attended. I also participated in what is, I think, a very important event, the mayor meeting with staff and the members of the Chamber of Commerce for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, once a month, to make the connection between the business community, not make the connection, but ensure that the connection stays strong between the business community and the town government, so that we know what their thinking is on issues that are quite critical to them. And finally, I spent a little bit of time out with the neighbors on Wood Lane dealing with number 39, which continues to confound this community. And we are trying to marshal the forces of the fire department as well as the somewhat recalcitrant owner to take ownership of his property and to comply fully with the requirements of our town codes. At the moment, it is a broom factory, which is unacceptable, a fire danger, and remains an unbuilt upon lot. And with that, I would turn to something that I mentioned at the top of the meeting, dealing with the town manager's report, and it's I think a conversation that we can all have right now, but I'll lead it off with the manager. First of all, we had a conversation last week in which we're going to, when we're in litigation, it's important for the community to know what it is costing them. I thought it was intriguing to hear that the MOC wants $16K from us. Garrett, how much has Edgar versus Gardner cost us so far?
I think approximately about $45,000 in litigation costs. That's our best estimate through July, I think, through the end of July.
Okay. I want to talk a bit about the agenda setting process. There was a question or a thought that the mayor wields remarkable power in the agenda setting process, and as I explained, I think it was last month or the month before, and Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong, the agenda comes out the Friday before the meeting. The Wednesday before that, or in other words, a week ago today at 5 p.m., the door closes on putting things, particularly from council members, on the agenda. And the mayor meets with you sometime that week, the Monday, Tuesday, or earlier on Wednesday. All council members can put anything they want on the agenda. Some towns have a situation where 2 council members have to sponsor something. Not here in Fairfax. Any council member can put anything they want on the agenda. But as you can see from reading this thing, the lion's share of everything that goes on the agenda is attended to by staff itself. So perhaps you could take a moment, Garrett, and speak about your thoughts on how you order and put the agenda together.
So I think as staff, what we do is a lot of things we put on are items that require council approval. Some of those items are just ongoing things you do annually. Some things are pursuit of your goals. Some things are just capital projects that as grants come available or the funding come in, that's what we in general put on. In general, though, it is something usually that's following some council goal or just an normal order or manner of business. Some things are requested by council members. And as you stated, Mr. Mayor, what we do is the council members can put items on, staff can put items on. If residents submit a petition with 25 signatures, that gets on the agenda. And then how it works is typically the mayor and staff then sit down and order the agenda. And if it's very lengthy, and knowing that if we wanted to get out of here by midnight, sometimes things are deferred or to the next meeting. That's generally how the agenda is set.
So basically, you and I, and before me, Larry and John and the other council members going back in time, have a conversation about where we see about ordering the agenda so we can get as much done, trying to take into consideration, how many folks are going to show up, and trying to accommodate that type of a schedule.
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to talk very briefly about understanding the agenda itself, because I think, as Mr. Sargent has pointed out, at times we might as well just print it in Sanskrit for all it is. And I've sort of broken it down into 2 ways of looking at it. If you look at number 13 on the consent calendar, it's proclamation declaring September Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. I mean, it's pretty clear what that is, and the public can readily understand it. There's no ambiguity there. But the one thing, and maybe legal counsel may want to weigh on this also, when you look at number 16 or 17, for example, well, 17 in particular, which was rankled the community, it's a very dense statement. And the way I've looked at this over time is that as dense as it is, the reason for that is there's not a lot of wiggle room for legal reasons. It has to be precise. But the very precision of it results in it's not really in English. It's not clear to the public what exactly the heck we're going to talk about here. But to make it more in the vernacular, like Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, you could run the danger of making the very item itself subject to much interpretation and thus confusion on the part. And as we all know, we live in a litigious society, and on certain issues, if it's not crystal clear and nailed down very tightly, we could face some danger. So I anticipate and thinking hard about Mr. Sargent's concern. And I want to raise something that you and I talked about at the very, very beginning of this conversation, many, many months ago, which is I really think members of the community should have 2 things in front of them. They should have the agenda in front of them, but whether they get a hard copy that's available at the library or at town hall, but also online. And I went online today onto the town's website, next to it, and I think it's very important for folks to have those 2 documents hand in hand, because they're brother and sister. They speak to each other, and one doesn't live without the other. The agenda has to be there in front of you, but also that staff report. So when we get in a few minutes, hopefully, to number 17, there you see the opportunity to take that very dense statement and see the elucidation of it. Get to see how staff has discussed it. So it takes that extra step, and I know we've talked about this in the past, but at least in the case of these very dense legalistic documents, I think it's critical for the community, for folks to actually take that extra step and have these two documents side by side as they move their way through the 20-odd items that we generally have on an agenda. And finally, there's been some question in the past about closed session criteria. And can either the town council or the manager speak to the idea of the closed session?
Okay, the agenda for the closed session?
Why do we put things on the closed session?
Closed session under the Brown Act is limited to very few topics. We can only go into a closed session, which is a confidential session, and discuss certain things. Examples include personnel evaluations, threats to public safety, labor negotiations, pending litigation, real estate negotiations, and consideration of a response to an audit report. So it's very limited categories. Just because you want to talk about something confidentially does not mean you get to have a closed session on it. You have to stay within these bounds. And even more important are the headings, the way it's described on the agenda. They're called safe harbor headings. And you get a bonus point, if you will, for using the safe harbor headings, in that if you use the safe harbor headings in the Brown Act on your agenda exactly as they're worded, then they cannot be challenged. The way that it is described on your agenda is adequate, and that will withstand any legal challenge if you use it the way it is in the Brown Act. So that's why it comes out looking the way it does as far as the headings on the closed session. Does that answer your question?
It does, and there's one other point that I don't think people fully understand. You're our attorney, not the town's attorney. You're the council's attorney.
Right.
And much like a physician or a priest and a penitent, the council has to have the opportunity in these limited circumstances to discuss privately with their lawyer. As we all know, you don't go into court in front of the judge and the jury and talk about your legal strategy. You do it in the sanctity of a closed office. And that, in a sense, is what the closed session allows for. I think sometimes the confusion is that it is being overused, but it is not. When we are in litigation, the council itself has to have the opportunity to discuss freely and in confidence with its legal counsel.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Mr. Sargent.
John Sargent, I realize...
All right, hold on, let's first.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
Then no, not at all. Go ahead, Larry.
Just to go back to the matter of legal fees, the legal fees in the case that Frank brought were generated about the ballot measure, the referendum, correct?
They're the legal fees for the writ.
Okay. And that did not, $45,000 did not include trying the case. It was just the handling of the case as we went through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to find out at your next report is how much it's cost us, or how much it cost the town of Fairfax when it was sued by Fairfax Hills for a zoning error in its code. Because I understand that the cost of defending the town in the referendum was a big price to pay to get the matter resolved. But I think the community has to understand that, in a sense, what we went through was a process that I think actually brought us to a better place, improved the possibility of getting a zoning ordinance that actually was correct, and avoided future litigation. So I'd like to see a report at the next meeting on the cost of the Fairfax Hills litigation, because to some extent I think the legal fees we pay now are insurance against future litigation. And I think we need to get the issue framed up in its entirety instead of just looking at it from one side. So I would really appreciate getting that information. Thank you.
Any other council members want to speak to any of these issues before Mr. Sargent has his thoughts? And Garrett also noted you're going to speak on the mirror thing at the end of this. Mr. Sargent.
I can speak loud enough. Oh, that's right. Does he? Okay. Okay. John Sargent. I realize the Brown Act lets you have these meetings, in private with the kind of categories that you announced. I would urge you, whenever possible, I don't think the Brown Act mandates that you have these things in closed session if you choose not to. Specifically, I'm wondering, it seems on every agenda we have Egger versus Michelle, blah, blah, blah. And I'd like to know what is continuing that requires all this legal counsel discussion. And the other thing I would urge you to do, even if you don't want to go into details, inform the general public of sort of what went on in general terms and things of that sort, so that we know how our money's being spent. I think it's very unfair it almost sounds like you're blaming Egger and company for spending all this money with this legal stuff, when in fact they were carrying out the will of the people with the referendum. So with that said, I would hope for more openness on your part when you could do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sargent. We'll see what we can do. We'll have a conversation with council on that. Michael.
Thank you, David. First thing, I did think is a poor characterization that the cost of Egger versus Michelle has cost the town all this money, because the town did have a very inexpensive opportunity to just say, okay, we'll repeal it, go back, and let's have an open discussion, which would in fact cost the town about nothing. I do take in consideration Larry's comment that when a question does come up, that we want to articulate the language so it avoids future problems and questions. And I do feel very strongly about that and certainly be willing to debate you on it. However, the place where I really do fault the town from time to time, and I've sat down because it appears the general public does not really understand this. The Brown Act has many different components, but 54956 has different subdivisions, as our council knows. And what it really says, if you read the interpretation, one time when I challenged you on this, and then you had the council look for ways to kind of get around this, Riley Hurd sent me a letter and actually sent me the language to support my position. If the town council has a closed session, which they certainly can, and we identified all the different reasons with the exception of one, there's also a special provision if you want to serve process and response and or plaintiff, that's another reason that you don't have to disclose what you're doing in your meeting. However, if the council gives any direction in any capacity to council or staff, that's the expenditure of public funds, it is something that has now become a public expense, and upon request, it's not like you have to go out and tell the world, but upon request, you must disclose the limited discussion and what the decision was for the direction of staff and council. And I'm very pleased to try to debate this. I can give you a FOIA, we can make this all very transparent. I would really appreciate if the town could engage in this, because I think it's really the way the town should go forward. And if you think about it, it makes sense. All it says is you are entitled to have a closed discussion without me butting in or anybody else, but at the end of that discussion, if the town decides to give direction to staff, which is expenditure of public funds, that upon request, that you must disclose why you made such a discussion for the further expense of our public funds. And I'd be very happy to send you the specific, it's a very short little paragraph, it's not obfuscated in a bunch of legalese, it's very simple to read, and it's something that I believe the general public, if they actually had better knowledge and saw that, they'd really ask, okay, you guys made a decision, that's fine. You gave direction to staff and council, that's fine. So why? That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, Frank Egger, 13 Bedaway, here in town. Fairfax chose to fight the referendum and has used at least 11 closed sessions. I sit on a public agency board that's dealing with a general manager in Marin County Jail awaiting trial for money laundering, embezzlement, misuse of public funds, and flight to avoid prosecution. the district has been taken for at least $350,000. We've spent nowhere close to that kind of money dealing with those issues in closed sessions. I think we may have had 4 or 5 closed sessions since this happened 2 years ago on that specific issue. So it looks like overkill to me. You know, if Fairfax would have agreed with the 1,000 people who signed the referendum, the council could have saved at least $30,000 in legal fees. Thank you.
Any other comments on this before we move on to number 6? Oh, Mira, thank you very much. Could you attend to that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I think you requested that I just provide a quick briefing on the fiscal impact to the town regarding the Mira parcel tax. So we reported on this back in July, and basically how it works now. In Mira, for those who don't know, it's a Marine Emergency Radio Authority, and the parcel taxes pay for a new, in essence, emergency radio system. So the town currently pays for the current system, the annual maintenance and operating costs, plus the debt service, and that's about $80,000 a year. The parcel tax proposal would in essence shift the financing costs for the new system to property owners, but the town would still continue to pay annual operations and maintenance costs for the new system. So the best way to describe the impact is if the parcel tax passes, the town would continue to pay O&M costs and the financing for the existing system until that debt's paid off. That's about $90,000 per year over a 6-year period. And moving forward after the end of the 6-year period, it would just pay maintenance costs, which is roughly about $55,000 estimated in fiscal year 21-22. But that would go up each year until the system's paid off in, I think, 35-36, fiscal year 35-36. If the parcel tax does not pass, then the new system would need to be financed, presumably by the member agencies such as the town, in which case the town would continue to pay O&M costs, but the added debt service would add about $44,000 over the next 6 years, and after fiscal year 2021 it would go up to about $88,000 a year through fiscal year 35-36. And that's just because they spread the financing out to kind of soften it during the initial years, because in essence there's financing for both systems because there's time left on the old system debt service. So we're just reporting that the impact would be if it does not pass, the town would have to pay maybe $44,000 a year estimated for the first 6 years more, and then $88,000 more a year for the following years. So that's the only information.
So when you say the initial O&M costs are $90,000, if the parcel tax passes, it's $90,000 plus $44,000. If the parcel tax doesn't pass, it's $88,000 plus $90,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Other questions on this?
Clarify that last answer. That doesn't sound.
So the best way to describe it is if the parcel tax does not pass, then starting in fiscal year 21-22, the town would pay approximately $90,000 more in, I guess, in revenue. Well, I guess it would pay about $90,000 more just to finance the system. And the reason it's that much more in the initial 6 years is that they spread the debt out to kind of soften it in the initial years, because they knew over the first 6 years we'd have 2 debt payments for the old system and payments for the new system. And once the payment for the old system is completed, then the payment for the new system is roughly $90,000 a year.
Right. So that's assuming that Mira doesn't lease or otherwise do some other kind of program.
Sure. That assumes a new system. It doesn't assume a lease. It doesn't assume you could use the older system longer.
So going back to my question, because you've now given 2 answers. Okay, in 2021, $90,000 for the system plus O&M costs. Is that correct? Or not so it's $90,000 plus $90,000, or?
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. So is the question?
In 2021, what would Fairfax be paying if the parcel tax doesn't pass completely?
Oh, total.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So the total, if the parcel tax does not pass in 2021, would be, it's estimated at $143,000.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, that's assuming it's the same program, Nothing's done to change the program between now and 2021.
That assumes a new system and the estimated O&M. So yes, that does not include if it's a lease or the older system is expanded.
Or the technology
Or the
gets
technology
cheaper,
it changes
or
or
a bunch
whatever.
of other scenarios.
Right,
Thank
it's
you.
basing on a new system.
Thank you.
Will we have an opportunity to hear a report as to how that progresses in terms of their deliberations and the leasing potential or versus new system? I mean, it seems as though we should be clear on that as we move forward, as we're looking at these costs and we're answering questions in the community.
Absolutely. We'll have them make a report.
Okay.
But the point is, the election will determine these numbers on the first Tuesday of November. That's why I wanted you to clarify it, because there seems to be some discrepancy in the community which says, I don't want to pay that $29. Okay, well, you may not want to pay that $29, but I can tell you, you will be paying that $29. You'll just be paying it rather indirectly through the town. We're either all going to be rowing together or we're going to be rowing separately. Okay? With that, let's move on to public hearing number 16, the adoption of a report describing the measures taken to alleviate the condition which led to the adoption of ordinance number 781 and adoption of ordinance number 782, an ordinance of the town council of the town. Michael.
Microphone?
Is it a per unit or per parcel? Garrett?
It is a countywide parcel tax on residential commercial properties paying $29 a year. Per parcel.
Okay, moving on to number 16. I'm not going to read it again. Let's start with the staff report. Garrett?
Sure. We're recommending that you conduct the public hearing, you adopt a report describing the measures taken to alleviate the conditions which led to the initial adoption of ordinance number 781, and then you adopt ordinance number 782, which in essence extends ordinance the same issue. It extends the moratorium for a certain period of time. So perhaps as a little background issue, you may recall back on August 6th, the council approved the urgency ordinance, that was ordinance 781, that prohibited any approvals of formula-based businesses in the highway commercial zone. And that applies to restaurants and businesses. Now, it should be noted that that ordinance, 781, was an interim measure. It was really meant to dovetail with the actual proposed zoning ordinance to amend the highway commercial CH zone to include controls for formula-based businesses. And so while we are working through that process, currently what's going on is the CH zone does not have formula-based business controls. With the repeal of Ordinance 778, what that meant is properties that were rezoned CH to CC now revert back to CH highway commercial. Thus, there's no controls for formula-based businesses in highway commercial. So, the moratorium adopted by the council back in August lasted for initially 45 days. Staff reported that the council does have the option to extend that ordinance, and while staff is planning to go to the Planning Commission in September, which I believe is September 18th, with the actual zoning amendment to include language creating controls for formula-based businesses in CH zone, and after consuming that the Planning Commission approves, then we would bring it as soon as possible to the council for approval. What's going to happen is there will be a gap between the moratorium expiring and the approvals by the Planning Commission and council. So, in order to prevent the possible application for formula business in the CH zone, what council would need to do is extend the moratorium for another certain period of time. And in order to do so, the council needs to adopt a report that indicates the measures you took to alleviate the condition which led to the adoption of the original moratorium, which is Ordinance 781. And what we have done is we've scheduled for the Planning Commission the consideration of language, creating controls, and as the council knows, you have discussed this in various times at numerous public meetings over the last few months about the issue of CH and formula-based businesses. So that's the first step, and that's on the agenda, adopt adopt a report. And the second, to extend the moratorium, you would adopt the ordinance, I'm sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up, ordinance 782, which would extend the moratorium, and it would extend it to the earlier of adoption of controls in the CH district, or 10 months and 15 days, whichever comes sooner. And with that, that concludes the staff report.
Questions of staff?
Just for consistency's sake, I'm looking at page 2 of Ordinance 782. And in section 2, it says, I'll just skip, within the CH zoning district may be sought that would conflict with the use regulations or development standards, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, this ordinance is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace. Whereas elsewhere it says the public health. I just thought we should make it consistent since it's in a ordinance. Do you see?
Oh, I'm sorry. So section 2, the part where it says, therefore this ordinance is necessary for immediate preservation of the public peace, health.
Health, safety, and
Okay.
welfare. It's just in the other paragraphs, it doesn't say that? Is that?
Oh, it just stops at peace. It doesn't mention health, or it doesn't mention
No,
peace.
it doesn't mention peace at all.
Oh.
It's just public health, just for consistency.
If you look to the third paragraph in section 2, for example, it just says, the end of it is public health, safety, and welfare. It doesn't have public peace. So do you want to add public peace throughout?
We could add public peace throughout.
Is that a normal thing that you add? I thought it's usually public health, safety, and welfare. Is public peace a new thing?
Health, safety, and welfare is what needs to be there. Pieces, you could add it in if you'd like. Some people say public peace, health, safety, and welfare, or some say public health, safety, and welfare.
Just so that we make consistent.
Yeah, just make, as long as it's consistent, which would you like?
So why don't we take out peace?
Okay. Public health, safety, and welfare, that's fine.
Good. Any other questions of staff?
It's too bad peace can't be so easily.
Just to clarify, this will be a continuation of a moratorium on formula stores. It's not this wide moratorium.
It's only limited to
It's
formula-based
just on
businesses and
those-
restaurants.
Those class of businesses, correct?
That's correct.
And so this extends it to next August?
Statutorily, you have 45 days, and then you have the remainder of time for a year total, and then you have another year after that you can, these are 3 increments that you can use. And so what we've done is extend it for the 10 months, 15 days, which is the second increment, or until the formula-based business ordinance is effective.
But it gives us until August 6, 2015.
That's correct. You would have till August to adopt
Okay.
standards within the CH zone.
45 days plus 10 months and 15 days makes a year total.
Any other questions of staff?
Thank you.
Okay, any questions
Just
from
for
the...
layperson's terms, this is the chain store, or what people call the chain store ordinance, and this extends it to the highway section of Fairfax, which we did not realize was not covered until earlier this year.
Any public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Somebody want to make a motion?
I would move adoption.
Second.
Of ordinance 782.
Bragman Reed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any objections? No, unanimous, it passes. Excellent. Moving on to number 17. Oh, my heavens, long one. Adoption of a resolution adopting an amendment to the general plan to make all of these corrections. So with that, Garrett, take it away.
One item just related to the last issue. It's actually scheduled for a planning commission on September 25th. I think I said 18th, but they pushed it a week to September 25th, the planning commission meeting. Okay, so this item before you, we're asking you to conduct a public hearing, because it is a notice public hearing, and then adopt a resolution that adopts an amendment to the general plan that, 1, formally corrects typographical errors on tables and maps, 2, makes minor narrative revisions to correct numerical inconsistencies and provide additional clarity regarding the PD zoning for opportunity sites. 3, correct the listing of the general plan designation for an assessor's parcel, which we've been referring to as Jehovah Witnesses property, from Planned Development District, or PDD, back to what its original land use designation was, which was upland residential. In this case, the actual zoning would be UR7, which is 1 unit per 7 acres. And that we clarified the figures contained in the housing element tables are for illustrative purposes only. So again, as background, on August 6th, the council, after numerous meetings, you unanimously voted on ordinance number 780, which repealed ordinance number 778. 778, as you recall, converted 4 properties into PDD zoning, converted CH properties to CC zoning, created some public domain properties, and what ordinance 780 did was repealed all those changes. So, as part of the discussion of ordinance 778, the council indicated with the repeal it really wanted to have a fresh start to go back and look at the housing element policies and general plan policies and start the process over to implement those policies within zoning ordinances. So this general plan amendment actually sort of represents that first step in this fresh start process. Because you may recall on July 16th, the council also approved a series of steps that staff recommended that we would take to address the issues raised both at that general plan forum workshop, which I think was July 12th, as well as all the other issues that were raised within the series of meetings leading up to the repeal of the ordinance. And so what staff had recommended and the council approved and wanted us to do was to remove the Jehovah Witness property from the PDD land designation and turn it back to what it was before, which was UR 7 through 10 with specific zoning of UR 7, and to also make all the corrections to the housing element of which we had talked about at a previous meeting to eliminate any uncertainty as to the density of specific zoning designations. During that time, staff found some other corrections that we thought would be needed, and we took that to the Planning Commission on August 21st. And you also may recall, as one of our recommendations to Council was that we would go ahead and take this to the Planning Commission as soon as possible, and the soonest was their August meeting. So at that meeting, the Planning Commission approved, or is recommending your approval of the revisions, but they did do some additional revisions. One of that is they added a paragraph at the beginning of the housing element to state that the tables and charts are for illustrative purposes only. They also requested that a similar note be added to all the tables and charts in the housing element, and that another acronym is that we capitalize opportunity sites everywhere in the document to where specific opportunity sites are referenced. In addition, since the Planning Commission, staff also added a statement to what we refer to as Housing Element Program H4117 to provide clarity as it related to proposed rezoning for opportunity sites. So it made clear that while residential units might be allowed by right, they were still subject to approvals such as design review and development standards. So we want to make that clear. So perhaps the easiest way or the most effective way of really going through this is within your staff report you have a red line of maps, tables, and narratives. And if you could find that, I think what would help if I just walked you through those maps, tables, and the red line of it, just to go through that. So when you turn to that, you'll see in the first one is the general plan map. And you notice where the Jehovah Witness property used to be brownish color, it's now a color that's representative of what's called UR7 to UR10, and that's back to that proper color that was before. Now, I need to point out what the general plan amendment doesn't do, and this is something that we had discussed with the council, is that it does not do anything at this point in time to the church property. The discussion that we had with council, and what council thought was appropriate, is we would bring back to in the future a general plan amendment to the council that would change the PDD designation for the church property back to a UR7 once we knew the exact location of the 2 acres. Once we know that, then we could change the general plan. We would do a general plan amendment that would change PDD just for 2 acres, and the rest of the site would be UR7. The zoning would would be PDD for the 2 acres and UR7 for everything else. And what we want to do is bring that back to the council once we have all that clarity. If you did it now, you would really, since you don't know the location, there's no parcel lines, you would kind of have this split land use designation, and you would have to do a general plan amendment in the future to correct it once you knew where the actual location was. So that's what the council decided was best to do, and that's why that's not included. We just did Jehovah Witnesses, knowing that we're going to come back in the future when we have more specifics related to the senior project. The next page is figure LU2, which is really just the zoning map. And what we did here, we added UR7 on the Jehovah Witness property because that's the zoning it currently is. And this map isn't the adopted zoning map, it's just what could be in the future. But again, we put it on here for clarity's sake. The next page is what the Planning Commission wanted to add, and that's the introductory paragraph in the housing element that in essence says charts and tables found throughout the housing element are to assist the reader in understanding the intent of the text. They are for illustrative purposes only, and when they conflict with the intent of the text, the housing element's text intent shall prevail. Planning Commission recommended that that be put in. On the next page is a disclaimer on all the tables. It's the same on all the tables. And so I'll read it this one time. It says, note on table 1, H1, note, table figure is illustrative only, and if any discrepancies exist between the table/figure and the text of the general plan, the text prevails. And so that was added to every table in the housing element. So table H1, table H2. If you turn the page, you get to table H3. Now, the council actually discussed table H3 at one of the council meetings when we talked about possible errata that we needed to correct. And so what we've done here on table H3 is in one column there's something called typical housing types. We added more information in those sections. So if you'll see in light commercial, we indicated that any residential units in light commercial require a use permit. We deleted service commercial because service commercial does not allow any residential units in that zone. Under recreation commercial, we added clarification that residential units allowed with a use permit, but they must be an accessory use to the main use, and we want to make that clear. In the other columns, there's something called residential 0.25 units per acre. We made clear that that's a designation of what we refer to as the Fairfax planning area. That's actually property outside the town limits, but if it were annexed in, it would come in with this designation. For the other residential zones, we just wanted to add in clarity of the proper zoning that it applies to at that density level. And the most important one was we clarified the density for UR7 and UR10. And what we did was, at request of the council, separated it into 2 lines so there wasn't confusion of what the density was for UR7 or UR10. Under public domain, we just indicated that the only residential use is an emergency shelter. And we added again the disclaimer note at the bottom of the table. So for the next change, it just really is a change, it's clarification. So it was a sentence that talks about predominant designations are residential, which allows single-family residents and duplexes, and we just eliminated any reference to densities, just not to confuse the issue. If you go to the next page, that's table H4, we just added the disclaimer that we've talked about, and that was at the Planning Commission's request. Next table is H5. H5 was discussed at the Town Council regarding correcting the densities under UR7 and UR10, and we've done that. If you turn the page, you'll see that under UR, in a couple areas where it's redlined, we added a note 3 under the PDD zone. Is it note 3 under the PDD zone, I believe? And what that indicates is under the current code, we just want to make clear, and that exists in current zoning text, is that the Planning Commission and Town Council may designate a property less than 5 acres PDD if it's deemed suitable per the PDD regulations in the existing town ordinance. So we just want to make that clear when it came to making something a PDD area less than 5 acres.
Garrett, I'm sorry. Which page were you on? You're
I'm
referring
sorry.
to the 5 acres?
It's on page H26. It's referred to as H26 in the housing element. And it's table H5. It's the second page of H5. There's a note added to the bottom. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, table H6, again, we added disclaimer. Table H7, we added the disclaimer. Table H8, H9, H10, we did all the same thing. And you get to table H12, that was something the council discussed it at a previous meeting, and we corrected the densities for UR10 and UR7. And again, we added the disclaimer at the end of the table. We did the same thing in table H8, H13, and the next one is the opportunity sites map. What we did there is opportunity sites map. In the description, one of the boxes, it had the density labeled wrong, so we just eliminated it. So that's removed. And then on the next page, which is H85 in the housing element, and its objective H11, the number 108 should actually be the number 124. And what that number is, it's 172 regional housing share total for the town, less the 48 units that have already been built or allowed by right, and you get a number of 124, and that's the number that should be there and not 108. What the Planning Commission recommended on page H87 under program H1122 was that opportunity sites be capitalized so that it was referencing specific opportunity sites. The same thing was done for program H1134, and that's on page H89. And page H101 under program H4116, we wanted a little more clarity on the action related to amend the Plan Development District Zone Standards. And we added the words for opportunity sites. To make it clear, it's just for the opportunity sites. The next bullet is concerning limiting the PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre just to the opportunity sites, that action. And the second bullet point specifies, in essence, that that it's really a maximum of 2 acres in the church site in Tenalima can be receive a residential development of a minimum of 20 units per acre. We want to make it clear that was just limited to those sites. That was that change. The next change on page H102 at the top was staff added this because we wanted to make clear that while these rezoned sites will permit residential units by right, it doesn't exempt it for design review or meeting development standards. And we just wanted to make that clear. That was the intent of that section. And with that, that actually wraps up all the staff and planning commission recommendations. And that concludes the staff report. Mr. Moore is here to also answer any technical questions you may have on these issues.
Jim and Garrett, a couple of things. First of all, thank you. And thanks to the Planning Commission for their work. I attended the hearing. Bruce was at the hearing as well. So remind us, we get 4 cuts to change the general plan every year, 4 amendments. So this would be one of those, the only one that I can imagine so far in 2014. You've made all of these changes. There are other people up here who may have other changes. Members of the community may have some changes. Can we just add them in, or are we going to be in the torturous process of every time we discover a mistake in this highly technical document, in this very highly technical, very fat general plan, we have to send it back to the Planning Commission for further ecumenical blessing? Or here
It depends on what you want to do. If it's something, brand new, or if it's something that's within the kind of the scope of what the Planning Commission saw, then you don't have to take it back. Brand new, you do.
Potter Stewart. Okay, then I guess we'll hear what has to be said, and then you can determine whether it falls within the, I'll know it when I see it.
Well, okay. You can also describe why you think it fits, or we can certainly look at that.
I think the best way to proceed is, I think once we hear the comments from the council, it will be better to advise. I think one of the things I forgot as staff to recommend is that it is the first general plan amendment. We anticipate there will be more. It doesn't mean that you can't do some now some later, it doesn't mean you can't change what's here. You may feel some changes are a little too extensive, you want to have more discussion, that's fine. We do recommend, however, that at a minimum you approve the general plan amendment related to the Jehovah's Witness property and to at least the tables, maybe not the disclaimers, but the information that we put in tables related to density and some of the other changes that staff has put in there, just because those have been the items of contention over the last few months, and if you were to continue that, it would just continue that those issues are still out there. And as staff, and I hope the council, we just like to close off that discussion. We're done. We could have future discussions for future changes. It's a fairly complex document. Obviously, there aren't meant to be unintended consequences. I suppose there could be, but we just like to be able to get some of it done, and we can come back in the future with other changes if we need be. Jim would like to add something.
I just want to add one thing, and that is some of the changes before you tonight for formal general plan amendments in the normal world would have been considered errata. So part of your question goes back to whether some of the things you might mention tonight are clarification or corrections of typographical errors, errata that are unintentional. That we could take note of and make the decision on whether to go back to the Planning Commission for this sort of formal review or not, based on the public comments on what might be errata or what might be worthy of a general plan amendment. But if you recall, part of the sincere effort here of council and staff is to alleviate any concerns in the public over what was intended or not. So that's why the extra step is being taken to formally amend what in other circumstances could be construed as errata.
Okay. Let's start on this side of the room, if you wish.
Well, actually, I just have a question first. On page H16, where we're talking about in table H3, going down to the FPA, which is in the case that an area should be annexed. Where does the 0.25 come from?
The 0.25 is a designation in the general plan map. If you look at the general plan map that's attached, you'll see, you'll see it shows residential density of 0.25. That kind of yellowish color that's outside the town limits.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from. That's something that I believe was existing in the previous general plan.
And that's in anything that would be annexed in a residential.
Yes, I believe so. And again, 0.25 represents one house per 4 acres, and that was, again, part of what was in the previous document and got carried forward, and it's up to your review.
Okay. Can I just quickly ask, where is the FPA? Is that actually on the map? And if it is...
It's outside, it's the lands outside of the dark line distinguishing the border of the town. So
it's that little section in the bottom left-hand corner that's outside the boundary?
Hang on a second, I gotta get it. It's on the, hang on, bear with me.
Is that on the website?
Yeah, it's on the I think part of the problem is the map that we have attached only shows the town boundaries. We didn't bring the large map, which shows the area outside the town boundaries. But the Fairfield, I apologize. Is it?
Sorry.
Is it the lower left? The colors make it look like it's the lower left.
See it in the lower left.
If you look on the general plan map, which is in your packet,
right,
and you look at the hard line, say, above the wall property, okay?
Right.
And then look at the light color surrounding the top end of Oak Manor Road.
I see.
That's unincorporated lands, pre-zoned at 0.25.
Outside
the town border is the dark line above the wall property.
Right.
And then it goes down towards the 7-Eleven, back up the other side of Oak Manor's single-family residences.
Okay. I'm going to give the floor back to Renee. I'm just wondering why and how we're zoning property outside our boundaries, and what
That's a common occurrence when you're doing forward thinking on lands that may come in. I know it's counterintuitive, but this map was in existence when I arrived 5.5 years ago, and I believe there's another map in the actual land use section of the general plan that's referred to as the Fairfax sphere of influence. So it's sort of reaching out beyond the borders, saying if these come in, this is what we want to happen with them in the future.
And this would be like a LAFCO type of area. I mean, I think this is the type of thing that comes before LAFCO, which is
correct.
Consider
correct.
Incorporating
correct
new
correct
property into the town.
Right, and it's just sort of forewarning that we don't see this as likely subdivision into small lots.
You know, the only thing I would say, just for a point of clarification, is maybe before we adopt it, if there's some boundary that could be indicated on the map, just so we know what we're talking about.
Well, if you look at that general plan map and you look closely at the dark lines, the town border lines, the spot I showed you above the wall property, or the lower left corners that's down by Egger Reserve, you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately the colors don't come through too much in your reproductions. It's better online, actually, or in the actual maps.
Okay, I don't want to kill this, but is it everything other than what's inside the town boundaries?
No, it's those articulated in the sphere of influence map found in the land use element. And it's reflected here on this map you have before you also, the general plan map.
But that designation, .25, only exists outside the town boundaries.
Correct.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's a little unclear to me, and but I'll take it up with you guys another time. I have another question. If you're done, are you done? Okay. So my question is on the zoning map on the Lutheran Church. Just from a legal point of view, when we passed the repeal, my understanding is that that property reverted to UR7, and I don't understand. I think that should be what's reflected in the map. I think legally that is the end result of what we did, and I don't understand why, again, we've got the entire parcel designated as PDD when it's not, and I think we could clarify it.
You're confusing the zoning map as part of the zoning ordinance, I believe, with this zoning map that lives in the general plan. So at this point, the repeal of 778 did in fact eliminate the new zoning map contained in the zoning ordinance. So that map that lives in the zoning ordinance as part of the zoning ordinance shows the entire Lutheran Church site as UR7. This is the map that lives in the general plan.
Got it.
And it will be revised when we know where those 2 acres lie on the church property.
Yeah, I understand. I guess what you're saying is this, at this point, has no legal standing as a zoning map.
Well, we're required by law to bring the zoning ordinance map, the zoning map contained in zoning ordinance, into compliance with the general plan. And we all know that the intent of the general plan is to target 2 acres within the church's 20 acres for the PDD designation. So we have every intention of changing this map within the general plan through a formal general plan amendment. We just don't know where those 2 acres are. And at this point, since we have a certified housing element with a game plan that's very specific in the totality of the housing element, it's very specific, that rather than go sideways with our deal with the state on our game plan here, we thought it was more prudent to wait until we know where the PDD would be shrunk down to, so we don't go cross purposes with with the rest of the intent of the housing element.
Okay, could I just make a suggestion then? There's a note on the map, and I think the note, the copy I have, I think this, okay, this is the red line copy, okay, and I'm not really sure why, but it's got a note above the note indicating that it's been removed. This is on page H75. Opportunity Site Master List. H75.
So you're talking about the opportunity sites map?
Yes.
And the removed is relating to the 7 units per acre.
Right. Because of the ambiguity of the situation we're dealing with, what I would suggest that we do is put a note on the revised map, taking text from the general plan, and there's a really good little section. You've got a good paragraph which really explicitly describes the plan of only using 2 acres. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is the one I liked, but it says on page H101, and you could just cut and paste this into your revised opportunity site map. It's on page H101. A maximum of 2 acres on the Lutheran Church opportunity site shall be reserved for residential development, et cetera, et cetera.
So can I just point something out?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you don't have this before you right now, but the map you were referring to just now, the master opportunity sites map?
Correct.
Subsequent, or after that, in the housing element, are 6 plates showing these 6 intervention areas. And on that next plate for the Lutheran Church, it shows a dashed line. It says area within which the 2 acres will be created. So the next plate in the document specifies that. And I'm sorry you don't. It's the second plate. It's the first opportunity. Well, I believe H76. These numbers.
It's not. It's on. Okay, here where it's on in the existing housing element. It's on page 873. So what it's referring to is right
there. Yeah. I just think the opportunity site should just. I think it would add to the clarity of the document if that little note was changed to indicate what's actually indicated in the text. And the other thing, the red line copy I have has a note next to that explanation saying removed. So is it removed, or is it,
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I understand. I'm sorry. So remove just means removing just the words 7 units, 7 DU per acre. It's only removing that. However, based on your comment, if on the opportunity site map, are you suggesting we just say rezone 2 acres of the Lutheran Church property?
Just
okay,
so it's
sure.
just
Absolutely.
Within
just
that
because
box.
Yeah,
it
rezone
just
a maximum of
needs,
2 acres.
It's belt and suspenders, okay?
Sure.
But given the amount of contention, I just think we should do our best to remove any ambiguity about our intentions.
So as clarity, it will say rezoned a maximum of 2 acres of the Lutheran Church property.
Correct.
Okay.
You could just use the text on page 101. Specified a maximum of 2 acres shall be reserved for residential. Or it should be a maximum of.
I think you said it. It said rezone a maximum of 2 acres of the Lutheran Church property at 2626 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard from upland residential UR7 to planned development district, and thereby making it possible to accommodate 40 units of senior housing.
Right. So yeah, you've just kind of plugged in some of the text.
And
okay.
Planned district development is backwards. It should be planned development district.
Good eye. You know, and the other thing I was going to say is, you know, this little caveat is a double-edged sword, so I hope everybody's aware of that, because if there's a textual problem and the tables are correct, well, it cuts both ways. So I think it's probably a good idea. But one other thing is, I thought on as far as the homeless shelter, I thought that we also designated some, that we designated an central commercial, that there would be.
We designated both the central commercial and the new public domain districts.
And that is not reflected in one of the tables, and I think it needs to be.
Actually, if I may, the reason that we didn't say also that emergency housing is allowed in the CC zone is it just says typical housing types is the column heading, and so we just kind of did what was more of the typical or what wasn't allowed. But if the council likes, we could add that in easily.
Well, I mean, it's in the text, and I just think it'd be a quick, easy thing to clarify.
It made it in the public domain because there are no other houses allowed in the public domain.
Got it. It's just something.
I think it's good to reiterate where it's allowed as much as possible.
Okay.
So as clarity, in the CC zone on table H3, we would add, under typical housing types, mixed-use development and emergency shelters. I'm on table H3. That's page H16 of the housing element.
And can I point something out, please?
Yes.
If you go back to the opportunity sites master list, what you just were looking at with the wordsmithing for the 2 acres, and you go to the bottom box. It mentions it there. I'm just pointing out that we try to cover it.
So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to go here, but I do have kind of a number of comments, so some of which I've shared with you already, so you may be prepared for them. So first of all, I want to say I appreciate all the work that staff did and the Planning Commission did. But a couple of things. I feel that we got into these problems because we hurried to fix the problems we found when Chevron became an issue. And instead of taking it slow and carefully, we not only rushed but combined too many items. The errors that were found created credibility issues for all of us and the documents, and we share in all of this. Had we slowed down, we may have come out of it in kind of a better place. So I felt that I understood when we started over, and with our fresh start, in essence, we committed to a series of workshops working with the community. We had the general plan overview in July, and then scheduled next in September is the Tana Lima and School Street Plaza workshop, which are great. However, I think it would have been better to schedule another workshop to address all these corrections rather than just take it to the Planning Commission and then to us, the Town Council. So, and I understand that that was on the table that you provided us, but I'm not sure that I fully understood that at the time. So there could have been a special meeting or workshop that included the Planning Commission, the Town Council, and the community to deal with this very large amount of issues that we want to deal with. So I feel like, where do we go from here? So I agree with you, Garrett, in one of the statements you said, that I think we do need to fix the obvious errors that leave the town potentially vulnerable and people still asking questions. Did we upzone something? Did we do this? And so I have a list of what I think these are below. I also want to be very clear that I disagree with the qualifying statement that was added to the land use element, the tables and figures. I'm not sure if it's legal to do that, but even if it is, I think it's really unclear. I think we need to spend a lot of time making sure we're accurate, and I think somebody should be able to hold a table and a figure and feel like it's standalone. I understand that these documents are so copious that there may always be an error, but I think with our good intentions, we're going to strive really hard to not do that. So I have a list of what I think are the clear-cut errors, and I think you guys have most of those in the document, if not all of them. And additionally, some of the things that Larry brought up, so I'm not going to repeat those. But the edits to the maps LU1 and 2 to correct the Jehovah's Witness parcel, you have that. The table H3 where you have the density corrections and the zone clarification information, I think that needs to be done. Page H17, the edits to eliminate the density reference. And you walked us through these, but I'm just trying to be clear on what I'm asking for, or what maybe the others on the council will agree. Table H5, the density corrections. Table H12, the density corrections. Page 875, so there's the minor effort edits to the opportunities sites, and I think we want to do something about saying the maximum of 2 acres only on the Lutheran Church and Tenalima, and I think that's there, I'm not sure. Page H85, the housing allocation number correction to the 124. Page H101, which is the program 4.1.6, I've got a couple of little changes there that I think are, rather than getting into some of the detail, I think I would say at the top of the program, amend the Plan Development District zone standards for specified opportunity sites, because it's not every opportunity site.
Barbara, where were you referring to? What page?
I'm on page H101 at program 4.1.1.6. So at the very top of it, where it says amend the Plan Development District zone standards for opportunity sites, I would say for specified opportunity sites. And then the first bullet, I really don't agree with saying that. Reduce the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre for opportunity sites. I don't think we want that on all opportunity sites. I think only the ones that we plan to zone to PDD. So I think we should fix that. I think the next bullet is well, I think we should say for specified opportunity sites and which ones they are. Tenalima, I believe, and the Lutheran Church. Because there's also this idea that at some point we're going to amend the housing element, and we're going to probably add other opportunity sites. So are we going to be unclear which opportunity sites we're talking about? This generic use of the term opportunity sites becomes very unclear to me.
Hold on. Garrett.
That was, I was not at the Planning Commission meeting, but I watched it. And I believe that was the intent behind capitalizing opportunity sites, to make clear that it's referencing the targeted opportunity sites. We took your comment into consideration earlier, and we added language to that first bullet, which I believe you have revised language for.
What did you do?
Said for specific opportunity sites, parentheses, e.g. Lutheran Church site and Tenalima Road sites. And
Okay.
then that echoes with the second bullet.
Okay.
Can I intervene for just a second?
Yes.
There is existing authority under the present code to do this. And I think, you know, I appreciate you bringing it up, because I don't think we need to amend the code to do this, because it's already it's in the existing code that the Planning Commission can designate a property as a PDD if it's less than 5 acres. So I don't think we have to amend the code to specify specified opportunity sites, and I think that leaves us open to a charge of spot zoning. So it's just something, and I want to give the floor back to Barbara, but it's just so you know, that authority is
I know.
it's already in the code.
I understand it's already in the code, and for what I'm trying, and I agree with you, Larry, I also think that for purposes of just correcting errors, the errors that are really jumping out and are causing us a lot of problems, I suggest that we just eliminate that first bullet for now. We can take it up at a later date, but eliminate that first bullet, and because I'm just trying to focus on the things that are really striking errors that we really need to correct today. So that would be my suggestion, kind of take off.
Can I ask you a question? What's the impact of that?
Okay.
Right, not you, her, him. You.
Okay. So I think if I understand Councilmember Kohler correctly, she's just saying don't adopt that change for the first bullet at this moment. For part of this general plan amendment, don't do it at this time. I don't think there's an impact overall to what we're going to be doing in the future.
So then my last comment on that is page H102. I think that change is good. Now, so my intention overall this evening would be to direct
Shut off the phone.
our staff to tonight provide us a resolution with attachments that only deal with these errors and what Larry added. They could be corrected tonight. And then for the other stuff, which are, I don't know what we call these. I think putting all these terms on them causes some red flags. But for the other types of things, I think we should wrap these kinds of things into yet another workshop just dealing with these inconsistencies or problems. Let me just finish and then you might add. And it could be potentially a planning commission, town council, special meeting where we just deal with that, because I think we're rushing again, and I do not want us to be in the same situation we were before. And I think, having shared this with staff earlier in the day, I think we could do that tonight, and we'll see what's left over.
Can I ask you a question? Because this is what I heard. I heard Larry make some suggestions, and if I'm correct, did I just get that you don't want this first bullet? Were there other things you want changed? Because it was just this first.
No, there's a bunch of stuff I want taken out. And what I'm saying is the only things that I want to leave in are the things I mentioned.
Why don't we go through the things you don't want?
Okay, so I'm just going to express a little bit of frustration here.
Garrett, go ahead.
Perhaps in our discussions with Councilmember Kohler, we actually prepared a red line of what she would be proposing, as well as a clean copy.
Is that what I'm looking at?
No, it would be a different red line. And in essence, the best way I can sum it is that there are certain narrative changes that she prefer not to undertake at this time, but in essence, the tables and maps would be adopted. But it's contained in this red line that we prepared in a clean copy. In the event the council thought, well, that's something we want to take a look at, then we would be able to share it with you, which would make it easier to understand what the proposal was, as opposed to going through it page by page.
So can we adopt it in portions? Can we go forward with an adoption for the pieces as Barbara just stated, and then revisit?
Yes, you can adopt any aspect of what's before you tonight. Obviously, if it's too piecemeal, it gets very confusing. But I think if you supported Councilmember Kohler's suggestions, I think the documentation we have, we can walk you through it that would make it relatively clear what's actually being proposed.
I mean, like right now?
If that is the council's pleasure.
Absolutely.
So to be clear, I shared this with staff today. We had a discussion today about it. They worked on what my changes were. Now, I did not have the benefit of the changes that Vice Mayor Bragman had, so I think we could add those as we go through. But so that's where I think we are I didn't want to do, I felt that these were extensive kind of changes, so I wanted to make sure that we could do those and really be clear on what we're doing, just correcting those kind of glaring things that are causing us so much consternation with the community and ourselves. And we start out really with a fresh start with a clean document.
Okay, let's do a line by line. Go ahead.
We don't have it yet, and we may want to hear from the community first.
No, I want to hear what your comments are. What don't you like in this? And I'm sure the community wants to hear it too. What were the changes in here besides the bullet point that you shared with us?
Okay, David, I've spent 2 days on this, and I did not create a document where I said everything I didn't want. What I did do is create a document where I said everything I did want, and that's what I've just gone over.
Okay, so I'm confused. Go ahead, Garrett.
So, if the council desires, I can hand out the red line based on my discussion with Councilmember Kohler. I can walk you through the pages. Once you see that, it'll be pretty clear what's not included, which is mainly narrative changes. And it's pretty straightforward once we walk through it that way.
And can we do that right now?
If the council would like, absolutely.
Yeah, so what we're here to do is to adopt this stuff.
Right, but don't we have to provide notice to the public? I mean, so let me just ask the council, town attorney, if we're going to be taking up a new version of the housing element general plan and we're getting a new document with new changes, does that comport with the Brown Act or not?
I don't think it's new. I think what my understanding, and this is the first, this afternoon when I came in is the first time I've heard this, but from what I've seen is, tell me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Kohler, you're wanting to adopt some of the changes, but not all of them. And so it's just removing some of the changes that are already here. So that's perfectly fine. It's not adding something new.
It's removing things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Removing language that was
Put in by the Planning Commission.
more than just the bullet point that we just discussed.
That's correct. So, for example, Councilmember Kohler suggesting do not adopt the language that provides a disclaimer in every table.
Yeah.
That would be taken out. So that's just removing things added.
Okay, that's a great idea. What else you got?
In fact, the bulk, if I may, the bulk, can I try to summarize this? The bulk, I think, was the disclaimer paragraph in the very beginning of the document and the disclaimer lines under each table you were not in favor of. And then there were certain wordsmithings throughout the document that had not been, in your mind, if I may, fully vetted yet. So it was basically starting with the items that we discussed at the public forum in the terms of the 3 tables, right? And correcting those, and then correcting the issue of the mapping error with the Jehovah's Witness. And then one text change that did prevail in your mind, I believe, was the clarification that from 108 to 124, the 108 had been a leftover from the first housing element attempt, which was dealing with just the one arena, and we were just bringing that up to speed.
So perhaps...
Yes, and then there's a few other text changes that would still stay in. So I think so basically it's a subset of what they've already given us, and so it is not new.
It's like, in essence, adopting 8 pages rather than 12 pages.
Let's go through them one by one. I just glanced at them and they seem okay. Let's just go through them.
If we go through it, the first page is the amendment to the general plan map. That stays.
And are we going to go through the pages or the resolution? The resolution we would go through later.
Go through the resolution later. Let's just go through the red lines to make sure there's an understanding of what's being proposed, or clarification, I should say. So the general plan map, that's being revised to take out Jehovah's Witness. That's the same. And the zoning map, the same thing. We added UR7. That's the same as what was being proposed by the Planning Commission. On table H3, the only difference between Councilmember Kohler's version and the version discussed with you tonight is that the disclaimer to the table is removed on the bottom.
And is that going to be for every...
Every table, it will not exist. So this will only show the changes that Councilmember Kohler is recommending. So if you look at that, then you go to the next page, And it keeps in the language related to eliminating that section related to density in the narrative. Table H5, it keeps in table H5, less the disclaimer. If you turn into on page H85, it keeps adjusting the 108. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. So
Just on H5, it keeps the density changes to
Right.
correct those.
right, and eliminates the
And
disclaimer.
Correct.
Okay.
Then
And-
if you go to page H85, okay, go ahead.
Okay, page H85, it keeps the changing the 108 to 124. Next page is H63, that's table H12. It keeps the adjustments for density, but eliminates the disclaimer. And on page H101, which is program H4116, this needs to be changed slightly, where it says amend the plan development district zone standards. It would say for specified opportunity sites. The first bullet point would not be included in this change. It would stay how it was originally.
Clarification question here. I think it would be better if we can eliminate that bullet point completely. Is that a problem?
Eliminate from the housing element?
Right. Are we, so you're saying make the change as we discussed today? Or what are you saying for the first bullet?
I think for the first bullet point, I'm saying don't make any changes to how the housing element currently words it, which is reduce the minimum acreage for PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre.
Well, let's probably talk about that with Councilman or Vice Mayor Bragman, but let's just go through this.
Okay.
We're here. Let's just resolve this as we go through the document. It's so easier to do that.
Okay, so I think my personal opinion, so if we have to leave this bullet in because it's part of the certified housing element, I would agree that if we have to leave the bullet in completely, then I would leave it in with the changes that you made in red line.
How's it going to read?
The original language is reduce the minimum acreage for PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre. That's the current language in the existing housing element. So you wouldn't make any changes at this time, but you may in the future.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that if we cannot completely remove that bullet, that I would leave it with the textual changes in red line.
Oh, okay. So we would add.
I don't know if others agree. I'm just saying what I would say.
So we would add 4 specified opportunity sites, paren, i.e. Lutheran Church, Tenalima, and School Street Plaza.
Correct.
Sounds good. What's
Okay,
next?
I'd like to weigh in on that, if I may. I don't think we need to amend the code to do this. I think I have no problem calling out reduction of the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres. First of all, it's not 5 acres to 1 acre for Lutheran Church, because Lutheran Church is 2 acres. So that doesn't really read consistently with the rest of the text. So
Well, we'll
I'm
have
not,
to-
this to me is a little bit of a kind of a murky area, honestly, that I think deserves a little more discussion. Specifically, we should have that code in front of us so that you can see what we're doing before we actually do it.
The PDD code.
The PDD code, yeah.
Anybody have a copy of it?
I think, honestly, I know you want to get through this. This is, I know. But sort of precipitously changing the code is not a good idea. And
Agreed.
it's something that deserves a little closer look. So I don't, you know, I don't want to be nitpicking the document. This is a substantive part of the document, so.
So I think we would just keep it the same for now.
I don't agree with it. I'm not going to, I mean, I agree with the changes that we've made to the tables. I think that's all good, the way you guys have separated everything out, and I totally appreciate that. I do not agree with this. This language is incorrect in the first bullet point about reducing the minimum acreage from 5 to 1. It's inconsistent with Lutheran Church. I don't know what the acreage is at School Street. I think Tenalima is more than a single acre too. So, I mean.
Is there a reason why this is in here?
So
Can you just zap the whole thing and would the world be worse for it?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is this here for a particularly important reason, or can you just zap it and we move on?
Well, you pointed out earlier, Councilman Bragman, that the Planned Development District language as it currently reads allows the Planning Commission to make exceptions to the minimum acreage of 5 acres.
Yes.
So this is not, in my mind, counter to the leeway that already exists, but the header on this H4116 is saying amend the Planned Development District zone standards. So, and we've already actually offered up some draft language to do that, to really target basically the 2 Planned Development District sites articulated in the housing element, along with the other intervention methods, of 2 acres down at the bottom end of the church site and the 1.24 acres of Tenalima.
I guess it may be just a procedural thing for me. I don't think we need to amend the code to do that. So I'm just not sure why we're amending the code. We're going to have to go through this whole code amendment process, which is going to take us 3
We have to
months.
amend the language in the Planned Development District anyway to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences with people claiming that we had upzoned the existing residual pieces of Planned Development District properties, which was how we sort of started here.
Okay. So what your amendment would actually call out these specific parcels?
The draft language that we have to date does not call out to specific parcels.
Okay. Well,
So I think maybe we're on this. I think this exists in other places in the land use element, and really what it was to show that for the affordable developments that we're going to take some action specific. You are correct. It allows it in the PDD zone. It does set some standards that you might have to meet. This does it by right. But that being said, for now, I would recommend that we either leave it the same, or if we want to make it more specific, we just take out the reference to the Lutheran Church, because I believe Tenalima as adjusted is 1 acre, and School Street Plaza may only be 1 acre for the PDD part, because Tenalima has that part that's separated out, right, Jim? Well, I guess.
Honestly, you guys, I mean, and this is just my opinion. I don't think it's a good idea to reduce PDD size from 5 to 1 acres blanketly. I don't. I think it should be discretionary. There's a lot of lots, large old lots around Fairfax that this is going to affect, and I think it should be a discretionary thing. I don't think it should just be an across the board reduction in size. I think the Planning Commission should. I'm fine vouchsafing the projects that we have specified, and I don't want to interfere with that. What I'm concerned about is changing the code, going from 5 acres to 1 acre. That's a big change. The Planning Commission has discretion to do it anyway, and that's the way it ought to stay. So,
could I weigh in? Because the way, I agree with you, okay. The way I had suggested changing it is limiting it only to a few sites. I think if we take the Lutheran Church out, no problem. But so if we go with the changed language, it's not changing it for every PDD. It's it's keeping it only for those couple that we want to call out. Does that work for you? Because, so even though we have kind of, well, this is part of, to me, if we do a workshop later on some of these text changes, I think this is one of those ones we really need to talk about, right?
Yeah, that's.
But so if we wanted to, we've got two options. Not make these changes in the text, or make the changes in the text for now that kind of clarifies in the text right now that we're only talking about a few sites. We're not talking about every PDD.
And may I interrupt you for a second? Do you all have that red line version of H4116? Because that's exactly what has been added to the header and the first two bullets. It reads at the header, amend the plan development district zone standards for opportunity sites.
And I think it should be for specified opportunity
Okay, for
sites.
specified opportunity sites. In the first bullet, reduce the minimum acreage for planned development district from 5 acres to 1 acre for the specified opportunity sites. Actually, specified is not in there, but we check with that.
Could I just, yeah.
Can I
I
ask a
mean,
quick-
Jim, could I just
Yeah.
weigh in for a second? I'm a lot more comfortable striking that and specifying the two sites that we've discussed for so many months that I think there's, if not a consensus, at least notice to the public.
Let me do the second bullet, just because I think it echoes what you're saying. It's okay, this is the red line we worked up for Barbara. The first bullet, let me back up. The header adds for specified opportunity sites, capital special opportunity sites, excuse me. First bullet, reduce the minimum acreage for planned development district from 5 acres to 1 acre for the specified opportunity sites, i.e. Tenalima and School Street Plaza. I originally had in there Lutheran Church. Why wouldn't we have Lutheran Church? 2 acres, excuse me. Okay. Next bullet, specify that a maximum of 2 acres on the Christ Lutheran Church opportunity site and Tenalima Road opportunity site shall be reserved for residential development only at a minimum of 20 units per acre.
So why can't we just call out specifically each of those in the first bullet point? So reducing the minimum acreage for PDD from 5 acres to 1.
We did.
To 1 acre, but and specified 2 acres at the Lutheran Church
It does.
site, 1 acre at Alima,
It does.
and
The
1 acre
the revised version we just gave you does that. It mentions Tenalima and School Street Plaza in the first bullet, down to 1 acre, and the second bullet specifies 2 acres for Christ Lutheran Church.
And I would make, I like what you just said, I would make one change. So the first bullet that says reduce the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre for, I would take the specified, I would take the out because that infers the rest of the opportunity sites. So I would say for specified opportunity sites, i.e. Tenalima and School Street Plaza, and then your second bullet. And I think you're there.
Great.
You got it. And
I mean,
also,
first of all, I'm a little taken aback that School Street Plaza is now included as an opportunity site. That's
Well,
I mean, I understand Tenalima, I understand Lutheran Church.
If you recall at the forum, we discussed how we are not in a deal with the state on the zoning for School Street Plaza. And we intend to bring up the possibility of splitting the site so the front-facing Broadway could possibly be central commercial. It's 1.8 acres, so perhaps the 0.8 in the front would be central commercial, and the 1 acre behind, which fronts Merwin, would be more applicable for residential, so that would stay in the planned development district. We're not tied to School Street Plaza as planned development district with our deal with the state. We did, however, include 9 units of housing at that site as as a specified opportunity site for 9 units of housing and did the CEQA analysis on that. That's just a point of order.
About if we take out of the IE, why don't we take School Street Plaza off because it's not contemplated as a PDD? Just say IE 10 Olima Road, end quote. Okay, well, let's do that. Does that work for you, Larry?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and in fact, you could set the specified site, because now we're down to one.
I think it's really.
Or the below specified.
You know, important that we know what we're doing. And
I agree.
I just think, you know, I am not in favor of amending the code beyond what we know we're doing, which is Lutheran Church and 10 Olima.
Does it matter for the state whether School Street is a PDD or not?
No, it doesn't. And just a heads up, because the opportunity sites master list reference it going from CL, light commercial, to planned development district.
Okay,
so we would wrinkle back through the document.
Get it. So this conversation is over regarding PDD and School Street Plaza.
Right, because they can come in under the existing code and just do their thing.
Okay.
Well, I understand that. They can come in, they can go through a process, Planning Commission approves it, they have discretion to approve it. I mean, it's not part of the pact.
We're going to be revisiting the disposition of School Street Plaza through the forum.
The council is via workshop, so if you
Well,
want to just put 10 Olima, that's fine.
You know,
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, you know, that whole public process, it's not just going to be a sit down on a Saturday. They've got to go through a process with the Planning Commission.
One way or another.
Correct.
Good. So do you want to read the language back so we're all happy? Jim?
May I make one other suggestion also? Which is in the introduction paragraph of program H4116, it says amend the planned development district zone standards, and at this point we're at the specified opportunity sites, and you could even say below to specify that there are these particular ones. And then after that, it says amend chapter of that code to do that. And we're not talking about amending the code to do that because the code already allows it.
I think we already went over this, that this is part of the existing.
Well, I mean, if we strike that language, that makes it that much more clear, right?
Except for that that's already part of the certified housing element. That's why we are not striking the first bullet, for example.
So one other thing, when you look at the introduction, and they put the sort of lengthened version of all of those caveats. Now I understand you want to take out all the caveats, but what about in the introduction, to have it stated once?
No, I don't agree with that caveat.
So can you just explain that?
Because, first of all, I don't necessarily think it's legal to say figures and tables are illustrative only. And whether or not it's legal or not, I think it should be clear to people when they hold a figure that they understand what the housing element is about and what the general plan is about. And the same thing with the tables. I think that putting in a qualifier may give some people a level of comfort, but on the other hand, it does not provide any clarity to what we're doing.
She's right.
So that's the other thing. There's another part.
Wait, before we go on, do we want to have Jim read back everything so everybody?
Well, I just want to say that I think you missed the one caveat in the introduction. On this pile of paper you gave us, I don't see the introduction page in there with the caveat taken out.
It's H1.
We don't, but it's not included as part, it won't ultimately be included as your adopted resolution, so it doesn't exist. But you're right, we didn't.
Well, you didn't do it. So I want to make clear that I don't want that caveat
Right,
in the introduction, so thank you, Renee, for bringing it up.
Okay, and there's other changes I didn't include either because it wasn't, well, at the last minute, could we have done a red line of it, striking it? Sure. Could we have struck the other narratives regarding opportunity sites? We could have done that too.
Okay. Well, anyway, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, John.
Give us a final reading on this so we're all on the same page.
So program H4116 states, amend the Planned Development District PDD zone standards for specified opportunity sites. First bullet point, reduce the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre for specified opportunity sites, i.e. Tanalima Road. And then bullet 3, which didn't change from the recommended change, would specify that a maximum of 2 acres in the Christ Lutheran Church opportunity site and the Tanalima Road opportunity site shall be reserved for residential development only at a minimum of 20 units per acre.
Could I just say something? Those two paragraphs are redundant, and of the two, the second one is much clearer. It's specifying the change, the density change or the size change for Christ Lutheran and Tanalima opportunity sites. I don't agree that we should be reducing the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre.
One bullet's talking about a minimum. The first bullet's talking about a minimum. Second bullet's talking about a maximum, and it goes on to articulate the deal we do have with the state on the 20 units base density.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make one suggestion. I would be more comfortable on the first bullet if it just specified the 2 sites. It's 2 sites. It's Lutheran Church and Tanalima.
No, it's not Lutheran Church. That's a 2 acre site.
There's been a going back and forth at staff level also whether to include the Lutheran Church site.
It's 2 acres, so we just took it out.
How about just reduce the minimum acreage for a PDD from 5 acres for Lutheran Church and Tanalima? I mean, I don't know how you can reconcile the 2 parcels with 2 different sizes in one sentence.
And it's minimum. And Tanalima is 1.24 acres, and the final lot for the church will be a maximum of 2 acres.
Okay, so I have a suggestion, going back to that, our favorite first bullet, is that what this is saying is you go from 5 to a minimum of 1. It could be 3. So what we should say is it could be 4. It just doesn't have to be 5 for the specified opportunity sites. So I believe Lutheran Church and Tanalima work in there, even though Lutheran Church will be 2 acres, because the below bullet clarifies that it'll be no more than a maximum of 2 acres. So I think put Lutheran Church in there, and frankly, when we talked today, I have no idea how School Street Plaza wormed its way in there, but okay, did we fix that? And then there's one more change on the next page, right?
So move on. All right. The next one is the opportunity site master list, where we took out the reference to 7 units per acre. And if we include Councilmember Bragman's suggestion, then the box dealing with Lutheran Church would say rezoned a maximum of 2 acres of the Lutheran Church property and everything stays the same, and we remove the 7 units to the acre. So that's that change. And then the next page, which is H102, that's clarifying that while projects may be allowed housing projects may be allowed by right, they are still subject to design review and development standards, and it has the language there, and that's the same as what was being proposed.
That sounds good to me.
You have other changes? No. Cool. John, do you have any changes?
I have some that are basically typographical, and I agree with a lot of what Barbara has said. I mean, yeah. If there are non-conforming uses in existence right now on these, or we're not talking about those at all? For instance, on commercial recreation, I mean, it talks about residential uses that would be allowed in the future, but there's no reference to the existing residential uses there that are basically grandfathered in.
Yeah, that's correct. It's just talking about what would be allowed in the future.
In the future. So there's no need to refer to what's existing?
No.
Okay. On the next table after that one, H4, on the notes it says, you know, C is a conditional use permit. I mean, it's labeled as C throughout the table, but in the notes, as a reference to that, it just has C instead of CUP. I mean, it says conditional use permit. It's conditional CUP as opposed to just C as it's listed in the table. That's basically a typographical thing. Do you see where I'm talking about?
What page are you?
It's on table H4, which is on page H17.
Oh, I see it. It has C and it has a
18.
definition that says conditional use permit as opposed to saying,
Right.
in the table it says C as opposed to saying CUP.
Yeah, in the table it's got C's and P's on it, and on the bottom it says P equals permitted, CUP equals conditional use. So it just makes sense to label it correctly, right?
John, is that H4?
That is table H4 on page H18.
Right. And which are you referring to, John?
Throughout the table, there's P's and C's.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down underneath where it says second unit, the bottom line on that table,
Yeah.
it says P equals permitted, and it says CUP equals conditional use.
How would you like it changed?
How about C equals conditional use, because that's what's
You
throughout.
guys good with this? Got it down? We're
Sound good?
Excellent. What else we got?
On table H12, which is, let me figure out what page it's on for everybody. That's on page H63 and H69. Why is it on 69 in that? Basically, the heading for the table runs all the way across the type, site name, APN, acreage, and all that, and then it's just a listing of what the units numbers are. I'm talking about on the top of, on the red line copy, page H69.
That's just a formatting error related to the red line.
Yeah.
Once everything prints out permanently, that would be fixed.
Okay.
And that's
Good.
strictly just formatting because of the printer.
Okay, well, good. Yeah, because it was confusing in this, and it shows up a couple of different ways in a couple of different versions that you got here. I basically agree with the other things brought forth.
Okay, so you guys have scrivened up the changes that Larry and Barbara have advanced, and with that, we will go to the public.
No, I just wanted to ask for clarification. So we did a lot of things, and if you look at the staff report and the entirety of what it was that you guys were recommending, what are we not doing? Because a lot was just said. So when people look at the staff report, they may want to be able to check off what is being left for later and what have we handled.
Fairly straightforward. We're not adding a narrative paragraph in a narrative for housing element. We're not including a disclaimer in all the tables. That was most of the changes. And there are a couple of sections where the Planning Commission asked to capitalize opportunity sites. We are not doing that under the proposal currently. And the changes as we made to program H4116. Otherwise, that's it.
Okay, could I just ask a question? On the PDD zone changes or ordinance change, are we making generic changes to that ordinance, or will the changes only apply to the sites that we've specified?
Well, you're just making changes to the general plans. We're not changing any ordinances at this time. But moving forward, yes, it would only apply, if you remember from the workshop, we had some language that we were proposing in the PDD just to address the church property. That's all we would do ultimately moving forward. We would only adjust language as it concerns the specific opportunity sites, which is Tenalima and the church property.
Those two sites. Okay.
Okay. Also, Mayor, if I may make one more global comment, is that I also agree with Barbara that it's really important to take our time on this and not rush this, and because that's how mistakes are made, and I fully support that statement.
Okay, let's, Bruce.
Use the other microphone.
Bruce Ackerman. So I just wanted to say that in general, I support these changes. I think I pretty well followed what was being done, even though without the benefit of the pieces of paper. And in particular, I really agree about removing the disclaimers that the text always supersedes the graphics. I think I understood you to say that that's usually the case anyway in the legal interpretation, but text and graphics are really two different things, and one of them is better at expressing some kinds of information and another is better at expressing other kinds of information, and so it's really hard to say which one supersedes if they disagree with each other. Anyway, I'm glad we're removing those disclaimers, and I'm happy with the changes you're making. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Michael?
Michael McIntosh. First off, without sounding rude, I hope everybody looks up the definition of inculcate. Couple comments and questions. First question, if we repealed 778, then why are there ongoing legal fees? And that is part of this and part of the earlier discussion because it was stated that we repealed it. So how could we incur additional legal fees? One. Let's see, I've got to read my handwriting here. On page H16, it said, I ask, how can you change commercial recreation with public notice to the affected property owner, since I own that piece of property? In addition, you cannot, by CEQA laws, change something that's zoned by referendum. But even if you chose to do that for my specific piece of property, and there's a recent ruling by the California Supreme Court for the current water drilling and taking of lands, that should any sort of taking be placed, and it would be a taking of my entitlement since you changed the language of my housing that's in their legal non-conforming, that taking requires a full CEQA report and discussion. So you can't do this. So you must exclude my property from this because either A, you're acknowledging that my zoning was not done by referendum, or B, that you have to say there's a CEQA, which would then exempt your document because it's still a subpart within your document. Okay? And yes, I'm very certain of this. A question that for the council that I don't know, and I'll tell you I don't know this, please confirm by our council that if we did repeal 778, and if all these discussions here are really to amend and correct and build 778, aren't we precluded for 12 months from readdressing the specific 778? And then let's see, the last thing I put down, I can't remember the name of the case, and I was trying to look it up real quick, but you can find it, and it was a recent ruling, and it came about for Brown looking to expand the water tunnels going onto a piece of property up in the Sierras, and it was discussed that any sort of taking would require a CEQA, even a taking that could just be done by permanent deformation to the ground by drilling. These would be the same takings through taking away my entitlements. And again, it would invalidate this document because it is a subpart that's within your little chart on H16. Thank you.
Janet, on that table H3 for recreational commercial, it says typical housing types, and then it gives a little narrative, residential allowed with CUP, but must be determined to be accessory and incidental, e.g. service employees to principal recreation use. I'm assuming that came from the ordinance.
Assuming.
Well, I'm asking to get clarification on it.
It came from the ordinance.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. So I think it's just sort of, and we can clarify this, because I mean, it's your property and I understand your concern, but that's a description, I believe, that's lifted from the zoning ordinance that was passed by referendum, but I would like to get that absolutely
It is taken, that's where we got it.
So just to respond to that point, okay?
And it doesn't address legal nonconforming units that are there.
Right, but so that's where that language came from, and that's what I assumed, so it's not a change.
No, if it is the exact verbatim. On the mic. I apologize. If it is the exact verbatim, then you're correct. And I don't have that specific language as to.
Well, let's make sure it does.
It's not, correction, it is not verbatim because that section was so long, but what it says is residential units allowed with a CUP, but has to be determined to be accessory and incidental. Those are words from the ordinance.
So why
Service employees was an example. We just didn't want to create the column. But this was just typical housing type. For that matter, we just delete the whole thing.
But I mean, we have somebody who's very concerned, and I just think we should maybe, instead of doing the example, which is really sort of anecdotal, maybe just specify the ordinance. See ordinance, whatever it is, so that it's, you're, okay, so that you're set.
Code section. I don't have, do you have the code?
John Sargent. This makes me very nervous when I hear about correcting errata and typos and things like that. This caused a lot of trouble before, and hopefully we're not going down that same road. I may not understand exactly what you were talking about. I don't have the general plan in front of me or the kinds of things you're reading from, but this is a perfect example of things that could be put into the common language that David, you and I talked about. What exactly, if you, even with these modifications you've discussed, what will actually be the specific effect on specific sites? Secondly, I just hope, what we've done is bifurcate the process. Instead of lumping it all together, which the referendum was all about, it now seems like we're taking it piecemeal. And I would just hope with this piecemeal approach, we don't end up with the same kind of thing that so disturbed over 1,000 voters. I mean, there's a limited amount of time for people to go to workshops and planning commission meetings and then council meetings, and especially with the language not being clear to a layman. So I just hope you're not going down the same road, because I think you're asking for trouble if you do. Thank you.
I'll tell you, I completely agree with you. So if we didn't have staff working on it for hours, if we didn't have the planning commission reviewing it for hours, and I sat there with Bruce for an hour while they were discussing it, perhaps more, and then I've had this in front of me. Obviously, Barbara has gone through this in particular, and Larry, with fine-tooth comb doesn't even begin to describe it. I think it's there. But the most important thing is, again, dense documents, the opportunity 4 times a year to correct this until the sun falls out of its orbit. And that is why I have felt from day one that this entire process could have been and can be handled in the general plan process. If this was Moses coming down from Sinai and handing the tablets, and that's it, it's a take it or leave it gig here, folks, with 10 things on it, well, that's not what this is. It's a living document for decades, and it gives the public ample opportunity when it doesn't like something or it finds a mistake to correct it. So if there's a mistake here, we'll correct it 4 times a year.
You just better be sure, David, I'm making a suggestion to you, that you better be sure that the general public knows what you're doing so we can act accordingly. Thank you.
You bet. Oh, any other comments by any other folks in the community? Yes.
So, Ling Xian Bell, I live on Dominga in Fairfax, and I have a question. That's I keep hearing like 20 units minimum of 20 units per acre. I've heard several times minimum, so there was just a mistake then.
No, it's minimum.
Oh,
It's minimum.
yeah. It's not 20 unit minimum. It's 20 units maximum.
No.
20 units minimum on 2 specified sites, parcels.
So, but if it says minimum, then what is the maximum? It could be anything, or?
That's the discretion of the town. It doesn't have to be any more than the minimum, with a little caveat in there, but yes.
But it couldn't be less than that.
By
Right?
right, on 2 specified sites, actually one site yet to be actually carved out of the bigger site,
Yeah.
that is the base minimum density. Anything above that is at the discretion of the town, but we cut a deal with the State Office of Housing and Community Development, establishing these 2 sites, the future 2 acres of the church, Lutheran church site, and the 1.24 acres of Tenolima as a established minimum base density, which gets us a out of specifying income ranges on all the different categories of housing below moderate. Not that each site isn't going to try to address affordable housing and all affordable on the church site, and hopefully at least half at Tenolima, but it's just a reference to these 2 opportunity sites where we've created a base density in our deal with the state.
So there's no, it doesn't say maximum, so it could be 50.
It leaves anything above 20 at the discretion of the town.
Of the town council?
Of the planning commission and the town council, if anything's appealed to the town council.
So it was, yeah, okay, thank you. So I wasn't clear on that.
Frank Ager, 13 Better Way. The resolution for the general plan amendment in the packet does not have a number. The California referendum law gave the town of Fairfax 2 options once the referendum was certified: place it on the ballot or repeal it. The council decided to repeal ordinance number 778 and ultimately approved ordinance number 780, which repealed ordinance number 778, and in doing so reinforced most of what ordinance 778 proposed. The general plan amendment addresses 2 glaring problems: the raising of the density in upland residential zones and the inclusion of Jehovah's Witnesses property in the PDD zoning with a minimum of 98 units added. The general plan amendment properly undoes what a small portion of ordinance 778 accomplished, raising densities on the Wall and Sky Ranch properties and allowing 98 units with the planned development district zoning for the Jehovah's Witnesses parcel. You know, at the time we were gathering signatures, no one knew of the Jehovah's Witnesses parcel rezoning. So, you know, if folks had known there were an additional 98 units possible there at Jehovah's Witness property, probably would have got 1,000 signatures in probably 8 days. You know, it makes it clear the density set for PD zones of a minimum of 20 units per acre are only for the 3 listed parcels: Lutheran Church, Tenolima, and School Street Plaza. It mistakenly claims an exemption or secret for this amendment. This amendment reinforces the provisions of Ordinance 778, and as such, an environmental checklist must be completed before approval, as this new general plan may well have a significant adverse environmental impact. It reinforces the redevelopment of downtown Fairfax and the Sir Francis Drake corridor, allowing 53 units. It reinforces the zoning in the 3 proposed PDDs, Lutheran Church, Tenolima, and School Street Plaza, granting a minimum of 20 units per acre, no maximum. It ignores the Marin County Board of Supervisors rezoning last year of a portion of the Sunnyside growing grounds adjacent to Shadow Creek to allow 30 units, and a rezoning of 7-Eleven Shopping Center at Sir Francis Drake and Oak Manor Drive to 30 units per acre, but stating only 10 units would be built. In parens, the actual zoning would allow up to 47 units at that location. Somehow, that density and impact on our community must be taken into effect. This amendment, it reinforces the special town density bonus of 2 units for each low-income unit. Tantalima is proposed for a minimum of 22 units, and a density bonus could allow as many as 66 units at that location. It ignores the state of California density bonus law impact on actual numbers that allows up to a 35% increase in allowed density. The state density bonus law also mandates either a waiver or a reduction in development standards, such as required open space, parking requirements, creek setbacks, and height limits. The general plan amendment should specify a maximum of 20 units per acre, not a minimum, including all density bonuses. In some instances, 20 units per acre may be too many for the parcels to accommodate. The general plan amendment allows 35% land coverage in all upland residential zones. If the minimum lot size is 10 acres, it allows 3.5 acres of that 10-acre parcel to be covered with buildings. It specifies no maximum number of units on PDD zones, central commercial zones, the commercial recreation zone, and limited commercial, mistakenly referred to as light commercial. The only way to change the current commercial recreation zoning language is by vote of the people, not with a general plan amendment. It designates all public domain parcels for homeless shelters. It sets up the rezoning of Deer Park School from open space to public domain, which could ultimately be the site of a homeless shelter. It reinforces allowable uses such as densities by right. State Housing and Development recommends the language by right, but does not mandate it. So that's Fairfax's choice to use that by right. Ordinance 778 guaranteed no affordable housing. It made no provisions for low-income Fairfax seniors and low-wage Fairfax workers. In fact, Fairfax's low-income seniors and low-wage workers could not qualify to rent one of the rental units. $2,400 to $2,800 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment is not affordable. Fairfax is using the same planning and land use consultant as Orinda, California. The language in both housing elements is very similar. The city of Orinda has faced a citizen lawsuit over their housing element rezoning. There is no rush to approve the general plan amendment. I would recommend a rewrite, approving only the glaring errors and continuing the balance of the resolution of the town until such time as the town council has held hearings on a number of properties. Thank you very much.
Are there any other folks who would like to comment this evening before I close the public hearing and bring it back to council? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Is there further discussion on this, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a comment, Mayor, please. I really, I think the correction of the errors and everything we should move forward with. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't want to be in the same position we were in March. So I would like to limit what we do really to the correction of the glaring errors.
What section from
okay,
Barbara's thing that we, looking at Barbara's thing?
First of all, I'd like to see what we're approving before we do it, which means I'd like to have the staff come back with the corrected text before we do it.
Garrett? I believe if the council's desire is to approve Councilmember Kohler's actions or slightly variation thereof, I believe I've incorporated all the council changes so we can go through it and I can tell you specifically what you're adopting. But if you're going to do something different, then that might be problematic.
Garrett, I mean, I'm sure your notes are accurate, but what we found is unless we see the text and see what we're doing, we get in trouble. So I don't feel comfortable going through all these numerous changes and saying, okay, you got it, we're going to pass it, and then we're going to see it later and try to figure out or try to decide a month later, did this catch everything? Did we capture everybody's changes?
Were you just talking about H-4?
I'm talking about all the changes that we've made should come back to a meeting, whether it's a special meeting or not, when all the changes are made and we can see the document in front of us that we're passing.
So one suggestion may be, but again, council would have to decide, is what Councilmember Kohler proposed, what Councilmember Bragman added, and I don't know if you want to add what Councilmember Reed added. I have all that. I actually have a clean version of the red line I gave you. It's true, we would have to add a couple of things to it, but it's a very minor amount we would have to add. But that being said, whatever the majority of the council decides, we're fine with that. But I'm just saying, we have the ability to be very specific on what you're adopting, and that would be this document we would give to you right now.
Good, let's take a look at it. Got copies of it?
So, for example, I guess I would just say, for example, one of the things I remember we talked about is removing, okay, so we won't see the stuff that we're not, okay, I get it. Talk myself through it.
Maybe it would be best, Garrett, if we took Barbara's prior draft, which we're all agreed on with the thoughts from Larry and from John, and then turned the pages consistent to see that those red-lined statements have actually been removed. Then we'll be sure.
I'm just looking at the opportunity site master list. It doesn't have the proposed change that I thought we all agreed on.
Right. I would add that as we go through it. I'm just indicating from a staff perspective, I believe I could add it on here because the changes you did weren't that broad, which we couldn't capture it. But that being said, if the council, when we go through it, if you decide, well, that doesn't make sense to me, it's too broad, come back with a clean version, that's fine.
Let's start going through it, Garrett, page by page.
So, if we go to Councilman Kohler's, the red line originally, the general plan map itself that makes the changes to the Jehovah Witness site, that change did not change, so it changes back that color. So that map is correct. It's the same thing. Now, the zoning map is the same thing. It changed the Jehovah Witness site. It just shows it as UR7, and that was something that did not change in Councilmember Kohler's red line. If we go to table H3, that's what's changed in the red line. The changes are under central commercial, where it says mixed-use development, it would now say mixed-use development and emergency shelters. That was something that I believe the council approved. And the next change, which we just discussed under recreational commercial, we would get rid of description we have for typical housing types, and we would add see Town Code Chapter 17.108. Chapter 17.108 is the zoning code chapter for recreational commercial.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I think.
On page 816 of Barbara's version?
So that's page H16, table H3. I believe the direction was delete our example and just say see Town Code Chapter 17.1.108, which is the recreational commercial chapter of the zoning code.
Yeah, there's a strikeout of the planned development district, PDD, no maximum multifamily units, but it seems to be struck out even in the penultimate version, but it's not struck out in the version you just gave us. You see what?
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, in the red line? Oh, yeah. That's not supposed to happen. I don't know how that happened.
Where is that, Mayor?
You look at, going down to where David pointed out, where it says Planned Development District. In the version that we have that everyone's calling my version, although I didn't do it, but I helped get there, the Planned Development District is struck out. I think it's supposed to remain in.
Right. Yeah, I don't, tell you the truth, Jim and I have no idea why it shows like that in the red line, because in the clean version, it shows what it is.
Okay.
So,
Can I ask a question on that? Since that very line says no maximum, is there a result of our deal with, I mean, my question on this matter earlier was that there were other limiting factors limiting the maximum density allowed, height limits and things like that. Is there some reason why we're not specifying a maximum with the state?
There's currently no maximum in the planned development district language of the ordinance now.
Mm-hmm.
And the minimum is what the state's interested in. And again, anything above the minimum is at the discretion of the town. It's within the town's purview and control.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's just, if this, one of the things that this document is supposed to do is gain the confidence of the people in the town of Fairfax and not leave it open to some future council somewhere.
Let me rephrase it if I can. This table is reflecting the land use categories that permit residential and articulates those existing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the existing condition within the zoning ordinance language under the planned development district section.
Okay.
That's what it is now.
Okay, so it's just basically saying what it is. And to change that in order to...
That's an ordinance change.
Yeah, that was an ordinance, would have to be an ordinance in the future from us.
Right.
Okay.
So, moving on, table H5.
817, the stuff, the
Sure.
stuff on 817 that was taken out is taken out in this. So, okay.
So now we're correcting the corrected version.
No, it's already done, that it was done.
Right, but the change on central commercial isn't there, the change in recreational commercial
No,
isn't
you're
there.
looking at the wrong thing. I'm just pointing out that on page 817, if you looked at the one that was the new red line, it took out the words at densities 8 to 14 units per acre. That's done in the version we're looking at.
Right, I'm just looking at page H16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't go through all the changes in H16 because I thought the others were fine per Councilwoman Kohler's things. But I can go through all the changes if you'd like. Everyone. Okay.
You know, I really, if this exercise is supposed to be gaining the confidence of the public, I'll tell you, it's not gaining mine. And I'm fine going through it, but to go through this exercise again and not have a clean document in front of us.
You do have a clean document.
No, we don't, actually, because there's some changes that weren't included in this version.
He's going to go, the manager is going to go through those very few ones. This is what we do. We sit here finally because we ran into difficulties before, and we're going to go through this, whether it's today or it's tomorrow, and it may well end up being tomorrow, to go through every single one of these lines so that no one can say, hey, you didn't spend the time and you didn't work it until you were sure. And so that's why we're sitting here for hours on end. Go on with your line by line.
Mayor, I just want to... Okay.
It's closed, and that's what we're doing.
Okay. Mayor, please. I mean, I'm fine going through it and correcting all the nits. What I'm saying is, I don't want to adopt it until we have the final text printed.
Let's see how many tiny little words have to be added by Garrett to the clean version before we reach that. It may be very few words.
Well, you know what? Tiny little words, as you said before, have a big impact.
Garrett, let's just go through it and see what it says. Every change.
Okay, so what I'm going through is I'm going through the red line, and then the clean version, you have that to look at. So, as clarification on table H3, the things added, not in that we added to the red line and would have to be added to the clean version, again, is under central commercial, it says mixed-use development, we added and emergency shelters. Under light commercial, what we had discussed previously is we gave an example that residential units require conditional use permits.
Okay, and that should be corrected to indicate limited commercial, not light commercial. That's an incorrect zoning designation.
Change that to limited commercial? Sure.
Please.
Okay. Change that. Service commercial is deleted because it does not allow residential units. Recreational commercial, we've made this change based on council comments tonight that we eliminated what we wrote in the red line in terms of example, and we just put in, per council direction, I believe, see Town Code Chapter 17.108, which is the code, zoning code section for recreational commercial. Residential 0.25 units per acre. Again, that has, we put in some FPA with a footnote that's Fairfax planning area. Those are for areas outside the town boundaries that would have that zoning designation should the properties be annexed in. We didn't have a typical housing type, so we put NA. Residential, 1 to 6 units per acre. We corrected the zoning district to represent what we have and just added the word, it said single family, we said single family dwelling as an example. Residential 7, 12 units per acre. Again, we corrected represent the zoning districts in which properties are zoned, and we put example multifamily units. UR7 and UR10, we separated into 2 separate lines and put the appropriate density for UR7 to be 0.14 units per acre. Example would be single family dwelling. UR10, we say that's 0.1 units per acre, that's a single family dwelling. In the red line, it's not supposed to be the red line, but we didn't change plan development, and we added multifamily unit. In the clean copy, it stays in there.
Okay, just going back to UR10, there's an extra decimal point there that needs to be corrected. Do you see it?
Clean copy?
Table H5, because I found that one too. I think they're still on table H3.
So table H3.
It's on a table H5, there's an extra.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I found that
yeah,
one
I
too.
think we
Okay.
saw that one.
Okay.
Okay, but we're still on table H3, correct?
Sorry, yes,
Okay.
we are, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So table H3. Public domain, we just added NA under maximum density and said the only residential use allowed is for emergency shelters. And we added what Fairfax planning area means, and we eliminated, we don't include any caveats as recommended by the Planning Commission. So that's table H3. So if you go to page H17 in the red line, that's where we talk about, we cut out that sentence that says densities from 8 to 14 units per acre. We remove that, and that's also shown in the clean copy. So now we go to table H5. We will note if there's any double decimals.
So there's a correction under UR10 that Vice Mayor Bragman pointed out.
Got it.
It's supposed to be 0.1, not 0.10.
Right, so we got that. We'll make that correction. And we also added C note 3 under the PDD Note 3 now includes a note that just indicates the Planning Commission and Town Council may designate a property less than 5 acres PDD if deemed suitable, and that was because the code does allow that. And we eliminated the caveat at the end of the table. And so the next one, if you go to page H85. Oh, okay, my thing's just in, okay. Let's go to H. Okay. They're just out of order. We could go. So would you like to go to H85 since it's just the next page? Okay, H85, we just changed 108 to 124. And that's been pretty consistent. Okay, now you go to page H863. H63 is table H12. We modified the densities under UR10 and UR7 to make them correct. And we eliminated the caveat added by the Planning Commission, and we'll note when we print out the final version, we'll correct what Councilmember Rita pointed out as that column heading. I think once everything gets printed out finally, that will be adjusted. And what we did to program 4.116 and that's on page H101. We did do some changes there, and what council did is it amend the planned development district zone standards for specified opportunity sites. Bullet point 1, we changed to reduce the minimum acreage for PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre for specified opportunity sites, in parentheses, i.e. Lutheran Church, 10 Olima Road. Second bullet point.
Okay, but Garrett, the version I have, it still includes School Street Plaza.
Well, the version I had, I thought the council indicated was to get rid of School Street Plaza.
So you changed this.
Right. So I'm going through the red line, but when I cross back over to the clean copy, I'll point.
So I understand you were reading out what it should say now, which
Right.
eliminated in School Street Plaza.
Right. So this is one of the ones where the clean copy also needs to be adjusted. So I should have pointed that out. So what?
Michael, look at there's a page out of order. If you look at page H85, the next page is H12. That's table H12. Do you see that? So after the one that shows page H85 talks about the 124 units, the next page is a table. Did you not get the table? Why don't you just bring it up here and I'll show you.
Just show Michelle. Let's go. Continuing on, Garrett, you're in the second bullet point under...
Okay, so again, the red line copy, we added some things, and that's adjusted on the clean copy. We added 4 specified opportunity sites in the title, and then we said reduce the minimum acreage for PDD from 5 acres to 1 acre for specified opportunity sites, in parentheses, i.e. Lutheran Church, 10 Olima Road, no School Street Plaza, that's eliminated. The second bullet point says specify that a maximum of 2 acres on the Christ Lutheran Church opportunity site and 10 Olima Road opportunity site shall be reserved for residential development only at a minimum of 20 units per acre. And then the last bullet point on this clean copy got messed up.
This change may also require revisions to other sections.
That's supposed to be a separate bullet point. For some reason, it dropped the bullet. So this change, that did not change, but format-wise, that's supposed to be a separate bullet point. So that would have to be pushed down. And then the next one is opportunity site master list. That's the map. And this one will have to be changed on the clean copy to basically read rezoned a maximum of 2 acres of the Lutheran Church property.
Garrett, can I ask for clarification for folks who have no idea what's going on at this point, because we're looking at like 6 versions of things. So from what I understand, what we're doing is you guys went through, did a red line, gave us the red line. Barbara made her changes, made her own red line. And the clean copy is merely Barbara's red line clean. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this was all prepared before the meeting. So anything that we discussed subsequent to when this clean copy was printed is going to be added, right?
That's correct. And what I'm trying to do
just
is
to clarify
also,
for people.
yes, I'm also trying to add it in right here so it's clear what exactly you'll be adopting if you choose to take action this evening.
Okay, thank you.
So opportunity sign map says rezoned a maximum of 2 acres of the Lutheran church property, and it keeps all the rest the same, deletes the reference to 7 units per acre. And then page H102 basically is a red line that says after any other discretionary review, it adds for allowing the housing units, and then in parentheses, example, design review and development standards will still be reviewed. And that was to clarify that while in the PDD, residential uses might be allowed by right, they're still subject to design review and development standards.
What page are you on, Garrett?
H102.
Got it, I got it, okay.
And then, I guess, did you want to add in, Councilman Member Reed's table H4 on the bottom where it said CUP equals conditional use, we would put a C instead of a CUP. And then we eliminate any reference to table disclaimer.
In the resolution title, close the parentheses to the end of UR7 at the very end. And I hate to say it, but on H101, when we cut out School Street Plaza, make sure you close the parentheses there.
Can't find John's. It's not in here.
John, Councilmember Reed, would be add, and you'd have to go to the red line we presented this evening that shows table H4.
Right, but not in this.
But it's not in this packet
It's not in
that
this
you received here.
No, I know, it's in this version. Right, it's in Barbara's.
Also, somebody doesn't stop putting a comma after the section of the code. And before at sec in the legal office, I'm going to have a stroke. While I'm at it, make all the et secs and everything else written in Latin in italics. Just saying.
Style manual.
So I think that represents all the changes, as I understood, the council to be suggesting be adopted this evening, at least as part of this resolution. And the resolution before you, the clean copy, which you said close the parentheses, which you can do, what it did was it really eliminated the bullet point 4, which said clarify the figures contained in housing element tables are for illustrative purposes only, because we're not doing that anymore. And so it adds an and before the 3, because the other things here
Yes.
are broad enough to cover everything else.
Yes.
The other thing I think you missed, Garrett, was on the second page on the resolution itself, under section 3, you also took that caveat out.
I'm sorry, that's correct. The red line also removed it in section 3. Same changes.
So I went through and added up the number of changes we did to what we're calling the Kohler red line, even though I personally didn't do the red line. And we had a total of 1, 2, 3, there's one formatting thing, I guess we'll call that 4, and a fifth for the opportunity site and the new table. So there would be a total of 6 that we made handwritten changes to. So I will say that I understand this is not a perfect process, but I feel that I could go forward with the resolution with these 5 to 6 little edits on top of the newer version that we're calling the Kohler version.
Will you turn that into a motion, please?
And could I disagree with that. I think we need to have a clean copy in front of us. I'm sorry. We should have a special meeting, have a clean copy, do it right, know what we're doing, have it in front of us. It's not going to take long, and that's the way to do this.
If we did that, could we do a special meeting? How much in the future do we have to notice a special meeting, Michelle? One day. So could we potentially do a special meeting?
One day.
Friday morning. Well, I think it would also be good for the public too.
So a
'Cause
suggestion.
they can get a copy of what we're talking about.
A suggestion would be, if you wanted to, you're going to meet on September 17th to talk about 10 Alima and School Street Plaza. If you started earlier than 6, you could have this item on there. Because I assume for the workshop, you're going to want the full 2 hours. If you get this mixed in there, you'll never end up talking about 10 Alima or School
Why
Street
don't you
Plaza.
set it for 5:30 on the 17th?
I don't think it's going to take that long, but.
Well, let's
See,
just do
well,
it.
You could get public comment again.
I like that suggestion. I think that way we all feel comfortable that we've done it right, and we also know that we would have members of the community there. So I like the idea of 5:30 on the 17th.
Okay, 5:30 on the 17th.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Gives the.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
see
And
what
it'll be
can we
in
just
the
decide what we're
packet
going
for
to
it
do
and
here?
everything.
Let's
The new
decide, because we're
version
way
will be there.
past 10 o'clock. All right, that was 16 and 17. We have 18, 19, 20, and whatever that was, 7. What doesn't have to be discussed next? Does the youth center? I don't think so. Let's move it off to October. The bag thing, I think, has to be attended to because the state is going to do its
Yeah.
gig. The second reading of the demolition thing, we could.
You
what?
could push it or you just adopt it.
Let's go ahead and adopt it. It'll take 2 seconds, and number 7 hopefully won't take more than a moment. Is it going to take more than a moment?
No. And I'm going to take a quick break.
Go.
Can we please take a break?
Okay, we're back on. We're going to, it's, well past 10 o'clock, but the council has, if it's the council's pleasure, I would recommend that we dispense with number 18, the discussion consideration of the concept of expanding the youth center, to our October meeting, and address number 19, number 20, and number 7 that we carried over. And with that, Garrett, why don't you take us on to number 19?
Okay. Number 19 is the first reading of the paper bag reduction ordinance, which actually requires a fee for a paper bag. And you may recall a charge, not a fee. And the council may recall on August 6th, when we brought the ordinance to you for the first reading, a suggestion was made to allow for reusable bags, not to charge customers for reusable bags. So if you note, the only thing we did is the ordinance now says no store shall provide a paper bag to a customer at a point of sale unless the customer is charged at least 10 cents. I need to point out the definition of a paper bag is a checkout bag that's made out of paper. There is some confusion whether or not that means a recyclable paper bag. I think it's clear, but if you want to correct it, we would just say paper bag or recyclable paper bag to that
I think
section.
you just need to say recyclable paper bag, because paper bags are recyclable, so it's redundant.
Okay, it's just defined. It's defined term, that's why.
Okay, so paper bag or recyclable
Right,
paper
correct.
bag.
Yeah, or recycled
With
paper
the
bag.
40% recycled content.
Yeah, that's how it's defined.
Okay.
And the last change is, we said a store may provide reusable bags to customers at no cost, and we eliminated the part that just says, under eliminated promotional, not to exceed 12 days a year.
And that's actually what I want to add back in. Because if you say that they can dispense of or give out free of cost reusable bags, then those reusable bags become disposable bags, and you just have waste of reusable bags. So if we could put that back in, did that make any sense? I mean, giving out reusable bags for free is defeats the purpose of waste reduction or bag reduction. It's about reuse. So if we could put it back in, except for, promotional periods not to exceed 12 days a year?
That's how it's worded.
I think that's probably a better way to reduce waste.
I agree. This happened at one of the grocery stores in Kentfield, where they were giving away reusable bags that became, unlimited, and they became their next trash.
Don't we have to do another first reading?
Well, this is the first reading. This is the first reading. So if you add if you adopt the first reading with these changes, that'd be your
We're
first
good?
reading. Yes, we'll come back in October with the second reading.
Okay.
And the state law allows, as long as we've done the first reading in September, we can be on our own, not having adopted by it. Okay. Any other questions of staff on this? Okay. Members of the public want to comment? Mr. Sargent?
John Sargent. We've just tried to get folks to not use plastic bags. And I really am actually against this for a lot of reasons. One, it's going to make it just another burden on the businesses in Fairfax, which they don't need. If they go outside of Fairfax, obviously there won't be this 10-cent charge. If you're going to do something like this and you want to just sort of ease it in, why not make it oh, by the way, where does the money go? To the actual store itself?
The money.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
No, the money goes to the retailer.
To the what?
Right
the
to
retailer.
the store itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Sargent, there's going to be a state law stating and providing, imposing just what we have here. By adopting our own ordinance prior to October, under state law, we get in the future to merely adjust the amount that would be charged. Instead of a dime, it could be a quarter, or it could be whatever.
Okay.
But this is going to be adopted at the state level.
So the whole county is now going through the process of adopting their own, and they all require a 10-cent fee,
So this
as the
isn't
states will.
Yeah, this isn't a Fairfax thing. This is a statewide thing.
Well, and we lose control if we just follow the state?
We lose control of the amount to increase the amount from a dime, let's say, to 15 cents or a quarter or whatever.
If the state were to decide that they were going to mandate where that fee went, then we would lose the local decision-making that we're making now, which is to not mandate that the store can do what they want with it.
If you're going to do this, and I'll take your word that the state's going to mandate something, could we put something in there that we urge retailers to have reusable bags available for the public?
There's 2 points. This only applies to Fairfax Market, Good Earth, and the Fairfax Lumber. That's the only stores that it applies to. And I'm not sure, I haven't been to Fairfax Lumber recently, but the other ones do offer reusable bags that people can purchase.
So does the lumber store.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Does somebody want to make a motion on this? Renee.
Let's let Renee do it.
So I would like to move to Are we adopting the introduction? Are we accepting the introduction? Or are we introducing?
If you read the recommendation, it'd be perfect.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the subject. So I would move to introduce and waive the first reading and read by this title, Ordinance Number 784, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Title 8, Health and Safety of the Town Code by adding Chapter 8.19, paperback reduction, to reduce paper bag waste by imposing a 10-cent charge at the point of sale.
Second.
So Renee Kohler, all in favor?
Oh, wait, the clarification with the amendments as discussed by the council.
With the amendments as discussed by the council.
Second.
Okay. Renee Kohler, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, none against. It's unanimous. Terrific. Let's move on to number 20. Garrett, why don't you take this?
It's just the second reading of the construction debris ordinance, which was inadvertently deleted when we adopted the new building code. So this puts it back in a different section so that won't happen again. And it's basically something that we do now, but this just makes it mandatory in terms of recycling your construction debris.
Okay, any questions of staff on this? Seeing none, any public comment, Mr. Sargent?
If this goes into effect, is the Novato landfill one of the sites where you're going to recycle? Is that an approved recycling site? Yes. Okay. Well, I'd just like to share this with you. When I was on the grand jury 2 or 3 years ago, we took a tour of that site, and they showed us the little area they said where we recycle. And I want to assure you that most of the stuff there is not being recycled. In fact, they give the people a chance to take things out of there, but afterwards it's just put in the landfill. Secondly, I have a concern. With the present building code that's in effect for the town and the standard building code, will it provide that recycled lumber, dimension lumber, be used in new construction? You understand what I said?
Yeah, I think so. This ordinance itself doesn't address that. I guess that would be in the green building code. That'd be more of a question for our building official in terms of recycled materials. But this code doesn't address that.
Well, yeah. I would urge you not to get a little more detail on that before you decide to adopt it. I'd hate to see it just, wall covering and not really accomplish anything. I think recycling and stuff's great if, in fact, you can reuse it. If you can't, then it's just window dressing. Thank you.
I think one thing, though, this is about waste. So your question, as you asked it, does not pertain to this ordinance. You were saying something about mandating recycled wood in construction. This ordinance is dealing with waste. So what I think Garrett referred to is it's possible under the Green Building Code, which we've adopted, that may be included in that. But it doesn't pertain to this one. So we should go back and check that and get back to Mr. Sargent.
And Mr. Sargent, so you know, at the top of page 3 of this, it does call out the idea of deconstruction projects and encourages people, including giving the OA station as a resource, as a place to go to deal with recycled content and recycling the things as you deconstruct versus destruction. So there are those pieces, and then we have resources that the town is providing for people to keep this stuff out of the landfill.
I wish I had your confidence in that. Again, when I was in the grand jury and we looked at that.
It's changed a lot up there, I will tell you. You may want to take a tour again. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think it's really important then, and it's getting late, but I think it's really important that we clarify that with your building code and provide that we can use, especially that dimension lumber. A lot of stuff you're not going to be able to use, but dimension lumber and plywood, things like that, I would hope you'd allow that in new construction. Thank you.
Michael?
What I want to add on that, I believe, because when I just took a... Michael McIntosh. When I took the material off my property from the old snack bar that had collapsed, I believe that I was told, provided I put it into the debris boxes, and I still separated it for the roofing material as well as the siding material versus general debris and stuff on the inside, that they would guarantee me that they would recycle approximately 77% of all material that went into the boxes. The problem that you might have by reusing some of the wood, there's a great effort right now to remove all building materials before 1978 because their exposure to then our common state of materials, lead paint. So you might want to think about that. You don't want to necessarily recycle our wood material that's currently being required to be composted by the state of California into the compost, which actually then infuses some of this lead paint back into our compost soil that comes back. But that is what's happening with it.
Yes, we certainly want to take care of properly. We want to make sure lead paint is appropriately disposed of. Thank you. We'll close the public comment and bring it back. Any further comment? Does somebody want to make a motion? Renee?
I would like to, so sorry. I move that we waive the second reading and read by title only and adopt ordinance number 783, amending the town code to add chapter 8.14, collection, recycling, and disposal of waste generated from construction and demolition and renovation projects.
Second.
Again, we have Renee and Kohler. All in favor? Unanimous. And with that, we move on to our final item, which we moved from consent, which was number 7. Garrett, you want to take this one?
Sure. Item 7, we're recommending you authorize the town manager to prepare and execute a contract amendment to agreement with CIC, which is California Infrastructure Consultancy, to increase the contract amount by $737,110 for total not to exceed amount of $1,243,360 to begin and complete the design phase of the Creek Road Bridge, Marin, Spruce, and Canyon Road bridges. These are the bridges you may recall that receiving federal money, federal dollars for the repair. But these bridges, for the first 3, I think it's Marin, Spruce, and Canyon, those fall under BPMP, and those are really maintenance and repair. It's not changing any design. It's repairing surface way cracks or spalls in the infrastructure. A lot of work underneath the bridge. What Creek Road Bridge, that bridge is a seismic retrofit, and in essence, the structural supports, the wall will be filled in underneath, but really in correcting other things to make it seismically strong. But it's not really changing the design of any of those bridges, and so this allows us to get the money to begin design environmental. That being said, it sounds like it's been a while since we had a presentation, so I can have CIC come back to a future meeting, and when they're kind of in position of getting to maybe the 30% design stage, they can just come in and tell you exactly what they're doing. But it's not changing the design of any of those bridges.
And excuse me, that was kind of my concern, is that we just get to eyeball it before it goes out to bid, so that we can make sure what they've come up with as far as the design. Because even if it's just seismic retrofit, they're going to have to tie it to the rest of the bridge. So there may be some design elements, design impact, just to tie the bottom supporting structure to the rails. So, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that it's going to go by us before.
We'll come to you at 30% design. That's pretty close to the beginning. And the seismic retrofit is, right now it's a structure like this, and it's going to fill in. It's going to put a lateral wall in between on the structural supports, because that's what Caltrans is recommending.
Okay.
All right. Good.
Yeah, as long as it's going to come back to us. That's,
I mean, it's been the result of a lot of volunteer efforts, and people care about the look of them, and they look pretty good. I am one of those people.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Yeah, I got it. Any other thoughts for staff, or do we want to have public comment? Michael?
To add a comment really to what John said earlier in the meeting when this came off, this program, because if you remember, I actually worked with the engineer to bring this to you. Each and every one of these bridges can be designed to look exactly the same way, and that's why your total budget is 100.5% to cover that additional design element, as well as giving something back to the town for administration of the grant. The reason that these are being changed is because they are seismically obsolete, which could also just mean because your traffic flows have changed. So if the town says we would like the bridge to look the same, you're even allowed, as I explained to Frank when his bridge was originally came up, to use similar materials, so you could actually do a wood bridge. The point is, they're not trying to change the design or character of the communities. They're looking to try to make a 200-year forward seismic upgrade as our infrastructure if our community is ever hit.
Okay, thank you. There's a recommendation to be made. Would somebody like to make that? Barbara?
Yes, I'd like to, now, am I making a motion to approve the contract amendment number 3? Okay, I'm making a motion to authorize the town manager to prepare and execute an amendment to the agreement with California Infrastructure Consultancy, CIC, to increase the contract amount by $737,110 for a total not to exceed the amount of $1,243,360 to begin and complete the design phase of the Creek Road Bridge and Marin, Spruce, and Canyon Road bridges.
Got a second?
Second.
Kohler, Reed, all in favor? Aye. It's unanimous, and before we leave, once again, please note that we're adjourning in memory of Larry's brother, Richard.